The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCo Nation Show, episode 319. And we got a 2-cup of coffee day today. Actually, 2 pot of coffees.
I hope everyone packed a lunch.
That's right. We got reports from Boat Fest, VCF Southwest. We got a Brian Weasler showing. And a few other things going on, too. And some game on results. So, let's see who we got on the panel so far today. Starting in the lower center, we have Alan, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, howdy. He's mixing it up today.
Yeah, just to shake some things up here.
I'm just waiting for him to mess up because it's all in row. He's going to put people in twice, skip other people. Go ahead.
Everybody move, quick.
Now, so what I do is I push this little button over here, and then now everybody's screen's the same as mine.
Oh.
Sorry. Next up, we got Nick Marentes.
Oh, I'm not on the bottom for once.
That's right. We're going the other direction because everything's all upside down today anyway.
We're doing it the right way so I can get off my head now.
That's right.
Welcome, everyone.
And then now everybody's wondering what direction will I go next. Let's go Ken Waters.
Howdy, howdy.
All right. Next up, Rick Euland.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Hi. And then yours truly. Next up, Brian Shoebring, the Music Man.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay.
Hey,
and David Ladd.
Well, hello, everyone, and I hope you're ready for this interesting show we're going to have today. Everything is all scattered all over the place.
That's right. Let's see. Next over, Brian Weasler.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show today.
All right. And then next up, we got Sleeping Malibu. Finally, you're right side up.
Yeah, Greetings, everyone.
L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay. And last row, we got Mark Overhoser.
Finally.
Glad
to be here.
Okay. And then Ron Delvaux.
We had 110 outside today. Not exactly right now, but it's a dry heat.
Yeah, we're not far behind you. And last but not least, Jason, CocoMan.biz.
I'm just trying to get my podcast tuned in here.
Looks like you're on the space station.
I'm floating around in space. Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Coco's
He's in the airlock at the moment.
Space.
Okay.
And just to rub it in, I should mention Franklin Harris of Retro Rewind is in the chat. He says, sailing the Atlantic, listening to the CoCo Nation, woohoo. And he sent me pictures to prove it, so.
We're sorry.
Okay. Let's see. Speaking of the chat, we've got scroll, and forgive me, my finger hurts today. I hit the cat earlier.
Loopy, you look like the Wizard of Oz.
So let's see. We got what do we got going on here? CRT, Exile, Marco Twitch, 60, Kevin Holloway, Marco, Alan, Mikey.
I'm going to call him
likes
Mr.
it. He
Flex
likes
from
it.
now on.
That's right.
Mr.
Let's
Flex.
see. The real Mr. Evil Dead. Tom Eric Gunderson. Mark Siegel has joined us. Coco Living. Can make it. Dave and Sharon Veery. Yep, there's Frank in the chat. He's at the wrong boat fest.
Ah!
Have we had any update from Mr. Gimes?
No, I think he's still on vacation.
Is he?
A vacation in his own mind.
He's out sailing on the ocean of the mind.
I was going to say of mediocrity, but that's close enough.
I should show you the thing I made for Frank.
Describes his show to the
Since we're talking about him.
Okay, this is worthy of a
Spotlight.
Oh, okay. So I was thinking about, the teachings of that great Canadian philosopher, R. Green. And since no one finds me very handsome, I figured I should be handy. So I made this.
Oh, there you go, Frank. There's your solution to your hand being buggered up here.
Combination crash helmet and soldering iron. And then when you're done, you don't need the soldering iron. Rip it off. You still got the crash helmet. You won't need to.
And you look like a Marvel superhero at the same time, Frank. This just looks like it's it's just made for you.
There you go.
Bonus for the duct tape.
Always.
That gives me an idea. With the
Red,
price
green.
of CoCo 3s these days, maybe if I just get a CoCo 1 and 2 and duct tape those together.
Mr. Ironhead.
Is this what happens on Canada Day?
By the way, Rick, Frank says that's awesome.
He also says we need a beer holder as well.
Yeah, like the old
cup
Bill
holders on
Murray,
the
the
side
two
with the
with the
tubes.
siphons right into the mouth. Yeah.
Well, you get one of those side holders, and that's where you can store your flux.
Just don't drink out of the wrong nozzle by accident.
Right, right, yeah.
It's not good.
Also, too, before we get started, you mentioned Mikey's name and his interview on last week's show. If you didn't catch it, you should go back and listen to that. He's done a really good job with that project on the Flex there and stuff like that, and the videos that he's done. It's really good. I liked it.
Yeah. Oh, actually, a quick question for Mike. You can answer in the chat. I did a comment on this show on the YouTube comments page here. I don't know if anybody saw it, but I was asking him if he's actually looked into Uniflex, because he said one of the reasons that Flex kind of disappeared is that Sign came out with multi-user multitasking. Uniflex did the same thing. That was a multi-user multitasking version of Flex. Now, it wasn't as popular, it wasn't as compatible, so there's some issues with it, but it did come out and it actually had some stuff ported to it, like Dynaspell and Dynastar and stuff. I was wondering if he's aware of that. Anyway, yeah, he's been doing wonderful work with the Flex stuff.
Thank you, Mikey.
Okay.
Six Eagles, rosin. That's got to be a soldering term, right? I have no idea what that is.
Yes, that's like rosin.
Mikey says he has looked at. Mikey says he has looked at Uniflex before, so yes, someday.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a CoCo version of that. I think that was just for like the SW TPCs.
He's been working on
giving.
another secret project that is also awesome. I can't wait to see the videos for. So, Uniflex
is it utility related?
There could be a certain utility to it.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Say no more.
Ooh, foreshadowing.
Okay. So we have had panel introductions. We've been introduced to the chat room. We're all jealous that Frank's on a cruise.
That's
We're not
the
jealous
end
that he
of
has
the
to listen to
show.
us,
Oh.
but
I don't know why you'd want to
That's his
ruin your
mistake,
cruise
Frank.
that way.
yeah.
Go visit the buffet. Don't listen to us.
Yeah,
What's wrong with you?
You figure you're trying to fend off seasickness already as it is here. Why would you want to add to it, right?
Well, better yet, I think you should go and just pipe this through the entire ship for everybody to listen to.
Well, and then on top of it, so we're being delivered probably through expensive satellite delivered internet. Wow,
And that's the end of that cruise line.
Yeah.
So he's on a ship in the northern Atlantic. Isn't
up
that
by
where the
Newfoundland.
Titanic? Isn't that where
Yes.
the Titanic was?
Yeah, I will mention, and hopefully Frank's okay with this, because when he first went, he was in PEI, Prince Edward Island. because he left there a little bit earlier this week. But he was actually watching the Coast Guard stuff come in with the remains from that submersible that went down the Titanic and imploded. But they were actually bringing in, pieces and bits of it while he was there. He took a couple pictures of it.
I mean, I'm thinking it might not be a good idea to be sailing in that area.
Well, Frank just said in
not
chat.
having good luck.
Frank said that we are just sailing down from Halifax to PEI. He said in chat there.
Okay, Nova Scotia to PEI.
Yep.
Not on the big cruise yet.
No.
No, so he must be able to get land-based internet at that point, I'm hoping.
Yeah, and he picked us. I'm sorry, Frank.
Of all the things you could have picked on YouTube, you picked us, Frank. I don't know how to take that.
Yeah.
Wasting his bandwidth.
I think he must have been wearing Patrick's or Rick Elan's soldering helmet there, but I think he had the soldering iron facing the wrong way or something. Maybe it affected his brain. That's all I can think of.
And
Accidentally
Curtis,
taped the soldering iron to the inside of the helmet.
Yeah, that's how you catch your hair on fire. You could do that even with a helmet.
By the way, you can tell that that soldering iron is a Radio Shack product.
Oh, 5-pin DIN.
Exactly.
I don't know what would happen if you'd plug that into a Citizens Band radio.
So can we get those helmets on computerconnect.com?
Yeah, there you go. You can even offer with different colors of duct tape to individualize it.
And the optional cup holders, yes.
The plaid one will be for the red-green model.
And can you stick a Tandy badge on there somewhere?
Or maybe a Wayu badge too? What the heck?
Comes in a box wrapped in duct tape.
Some about OS 9. Yeah, I mean, you could put all kinds of patches and stuff over it. Anyway, I'll talk to you after the show about that.
Today on Feature Creep.
So Curtis, how was Boat Fest? Tell us about it.
I'm not going to. I'm going to let Ken do it.
Okay.
I was at Boat Fest last year, so this is my second one, and I want a fresh perspective and somebody not quite as long-winded as I am. So
it was good.
There we go, done. See you out of the VCF. No, just kidding.
All right.
Incidentally, folks, Twitch doesn't have any video now. Does anyone else
I've got
see that?
video on Twitch.
Yeah, I got video.
Yeah, video's on Twitch. It's fine here.
They haven't missed anything, have they?
And I like to thank Ken Waters for his review of Boat Fest. Very clear and concise. It was good, yeah.
It was good. It was fun. The pizza was great.
Yes, that I have to agree with. So some of the desserts they imported from the UK and stuff.
Did you
like gained
encounter
10 pounds?
Did you encounter any hurricanes in West Virginia?
Well, we did learn one thing. Never trust your GPS in Hurricane, West Virginia.
Yeah, they actually have signs apparently that tell you this. And there's some stories and stuff happened there. I don't know if I want to mention those in particular because I don't know if the guy's got everything resolved yet. So at any rate, I got to find the right. I've got so many darn browsers here. I think this is Rob O'Hara's. If you see back to robohara.com at the top, then I'm pointing to the right one. So I've got multiple galleries here from various people at Boat Fest. And as I mentioned before, I'm going to let Ken describe or pick pictures that he wants me to zoom up to give a fresh perspective on it.
Well, there's that wonderful picture of some guy wearing 3D glasses.
Okay, I can pick that.
Oh, no, I was looking at the other one where it's you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, we had a whole bunch of systems set up there for playing, so I don't what is there to say, but it was kind of like just a party at somebody's house getting together to play a bunch of games.
Yeah, and there's a lot of dinners involved. This is one that we weren't at because this was the night before we got there, but
yeah.
Could I just ask what that pole is for?
To hold the roof up.
Yeah. It was a very interesting building we were in.
That's a load-bearing pole.
The pole was holding the roof up. The pole was holding the roof up, but I think it was also pushing the floor down.
Just to give you a perspective here, and I'll let Ken describe it, but this is the venue and how you got in.
Yeah, you had to walk up the ramp to the second floor. Very difficult for anybody that was drinking at the event, to get back down. Well, actually, not that difficult. You just fell down and rolled.
Was this a firehouse?
No, this was a bar originally.
This was this was actually it was a above an old bar.
So
But,
there's no elevator to have the fire department have to come about.
No.
What elevator?
Nope,
Yeah,
no
exactly. So
elevator.
there's no elevator for the fire department to have to attend to.
Oh,
No,
And,
this building is old and dilapidated. Like the floor kind of curves around and stuff.
Yeah, Frank was actually in the perfect spot because he was the low point, so everybody was just naturally drawn over to his table to pay him to do stuff.
Gravity assist.
Yep. There's those were all auction items.
Just
some
some of them.
apples, some Commodores,
is that
an
an Evan
Atari
room
still
down at the
trying,
bottom there?
a bunch of Apple manuals and stuff.
I recognize all those. Every one of them.
A lot of discs. Some were originals and others were offsite backups.
These are boats pictures, by the way.
Yeah. So I don't know. What were some of the really
This was a
fun-
cool one here. Do you remember what this was?
no, actually I never went to try that computer out.
I think
Oh,
it's
they're
Amiga.
doing something with the camera there.
I think
That's a
it's
video
Amiga 2000.
toaster
Yeah,
Video toaster.
Amiga 2000.
by New Tech. And the person who created the video toaster is the same guy who wrote CoCo Max on the CoCo. He started on the CoCo first. And when
See,
he
that's
got
why
out of the
you're
CoCo
better at
community.
this because you know
That's
these
how
facts.
Babylon 5 got rendered.
And I remember seeing the demo for this at Comdex. It was pretty impressive. But this was actually running live, and you actually could do the editing. All three monitors hooked up to the same Amiga. The middle one is your
Did
controls
they
for
have
like.
Lightwave on it?
I
The
don't
3D
actually know.
modeler?
I'm not
He
sure.
should have. Yeah.
Where do you put the Pop Tarts?
In that slot in the front to the right.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's labeled CD for Pop Tarts.
Yeah, little tray comes out. You can put the Pop Tart in.
Wonderful.
But yeah, basically it's a video system that you can capture live video and then overlay effects or manipulate the video live while it's running. I remember the Comdex demo, they had a bunch of us seated in rows on a camera, which is what they're kind of showing on the right-hand side here. And they actually did a Star Trek Dissolve, and one of the people in the audience, and since they'd taken a picture previously with the chair empty, it just did it. You'd look over, the person's there, you'd look up on the screen and they're gone type thing. Like it's pretty impressive stuff.
Frank says it did have Lightwave on it. So that would be exactly how Babylon 5 was put together. Was that little setup plus 9 more Amigas behind it to feed off to do the actual rendering of the frames overnight.
And all running accelerator cards.
Yeah, most likely. But yeah, what's the guy's name? I was thinking David Stamp, but that's the guy who did CoCoMax too. It's
Tim Jennison, was it?
yeah,
No.
Tim Jennison. Yeah, the guy who also
Yeah,
did the
that's it,
Vermeer's painting
Yeah, that's
documentary.
it.
So
Yeah.
he's a fascinating guy. I've seen some interviews he's done in some major league podcasts, and he does mention CoCoMax because that was something he was very proud of, and it was a huge seller. It was a thing
And
that
he
kind of
should
helped
be.
sell the Coco. It was one of our killer apps, to be honest.
He'd be good to have as an interview to talk about the CoCo.
Yeah, good
Max.
luck getting him.
Yeah, I figured.
You might as well ask, the president of Sweden to come on or something. Though we did have the
Okay.
mayor of Hurricane came by. I will mention that.
Yep. Do you have a picture of that one? He posed with
Ah.
everybody and he walked around and he talked to everybody about the computers he used to have. So
This guy
He's-
here, he thinks he's the mayor. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
not really the mayor.
Yes, he
But
does.
the mayor
I
was
thought it was going to
actually-
be one of those small places where maybe he actually was the mayor, and that would be hilarious.
the mayor
How big
was
of a-
quite excited to have this gathering in their town. So
How big a town is Hurricane? Oh, SX64.
5,000 or 6,000, I think.
Oh,
So
that's-
there's a
that's good
BBC
size.
Micro. Which one is it? Oh, shoot, I forget now. Tandy Model 102 with the Inafudo games ported to it. The first time I got to see those run. Actually, it's not a bad
Yeah.
little gaming machine.
Nice.
and then the Naboo also there.
The spray
Where
one
did I?
on the right.
This one?
Same pose. Yeah.
Oh,
same
right there.
picture,
Yeah.
The Naboo.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but no Gungans?
And what's on the back? I think that's an Atari on the back, facing away from us.
Atari ST, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a
So
8-bit
yeah,
there,
it's
too.
just an Atari. We don't need to talk
Yeah, who
about
cares?
that.
Here's the auction filling up. There's even a CoCo 1 that went on sale. It was Rob Flacco Hare's CoCo 1.
And Yeah, somebody I know ended up with that.
Yeah, you'll have to tell us about that later.
I haven't even hooked it up yet.
Lots of desserts. I'll see if I can find pictures of those. They're running Load Runner there. I'm just trying to find what we're looking. We're looking
There
for
was
specific.
there was definitely some
here's the
awesome
mayor.
shirts there. Oh, there's the mayor. Yeah.
Who's a bit of a retro geek himself, which was kind of cool. He grew up with
Yeah.
Ataris and stuff back, like computers, not video game consoles back
Is he
in
on
the
the
day.
left
too,
or the right?
He looks a lot like Boat.
He's the one that's not Boat.
So
and a fair
Boat's
bit
not
older
the
than
mayor
Boat
either?
too. So Boat's a pup.
Can you imagine Boat as the mayor? There we go.
I'm sure he's shooting for it at this point.
I think it's that small of a town. That would be funny if he was like the mayor and like, they had like 5 different positions in the government because it's just such a small place.
So here's the group on the first day, I think it was, and there was a slightly different group of people on the second day. So we had people from Australia, we had people from the UK, Europe, Canada, and the States. So it was a pretty wide-ranging place. I'm trying to find the fellow Aussie of Nick here, Graham W. Vebke, who's actually a member of our Discord as well. I don't know if he's in this picture.
It's one of Nick's neighbors, right?
Yeah.
Don't see him there.
Oh, there he is. He's right behind Boat here, right there.
Oh, hiding.
Right beside you, Ken, actually.
Yeah.
Just look for the one that's upside down.
So did he make the trip to Hurricane just because, or was he just in the area?
Well, he did a 2-week holiday. He went to Vancouver first for a few days, then he went to Chicago, then he went to Hurricane, then he went to Seattle, and then he flew back. I think he's actually, I don't think he's even back yet. I think he's getting back later today.
Yeah. He would have just finished his trip to Seattle.
Yeah, because he was posting drinks from the airport on the Discord that the Amigos have this morning. So I think he had a 15-hour flight, so he's probably in the air right now. So half of Boat Fest apparently is on holidays right now. Graham's, flying back, and Frank's out on a boat, and we're stuck here on YouTube.
Oh, and Sixty said that was a BBC Master.
Master, that was what I was trying to remember which version the BBC was. There's Frank breaking doctor's orders and trying to solder, or actually at this point, just testing stuff. And there's me pretending like I know something about hardware. And Jason, who was actually doing a lot of the repairs and stuff.
Wait, that's a SX64 right there?
Actually, there was like 3 SX64s there, and this is where Curtis spent most of his time, as you can see, playing on the Commodore 64.
Yeah, I was admiring how their retro rewind demo was far inferior to the one I wrote for the CoCo 3. But anyway,
he's like, "Don't take a picture of me playing on this. Don't take a picture of me."
It is portable though.
Yeah,
30 pounds. Portable.
Curtis
Not
is just
luggable.
a 66.
Curtis is keeping up with Commodore.
Yep.
Yeah.
And caught red-handed with a 65.
Just checking to see how far ahead of the competition we are. That's all. Here's one of the big suppers we had where we filled literally half the restaurant. And from my understanding, we didn't book it ahead either. We just wandered in and took over.
And that's how you do that.
Yeah. And here's the venue. So you got in through the back. The front end faces the street, and that's part of where the bar is closed type thing. So you just go up the stairs.
The bar was on the bottom floor, entered from the front, and then this, I guess, meeting hall was on the.
Is that a car park at the back?
It's a small one, yeah.
Yeah.
Although honestly, in Hurricane, you can park pretty much anywhere and still walk to the venue.
Is it Tandy 1000 TL?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now this was fun, though I sucked at it. Ken, you want to explain what that game was?
Okay, so we were playing some newer version of Asteroids, kind of on. It was like a.
It was like Asteroid Space Race or Mega Race, kind of.
4 or 6 player tournament on the Switch, where it was kind of a new version of Asteroids, and you're just basically trying to kill each other.
And I have to say, I never played modern games. Well, let's not say modern. Anything from the Nintendo on, like with the pads. I've always played joystick games because that's what I grew up with. And by the time those came out, I was a bit more into quote unquote serious programming. So trying to actually run one of these miniaturized Nintendo style things, I had terrible trouble. I couldn't remember what button was what from one second to the next.
So in the chat, Tom Eric Gunderson, he's absolutely correct. Those stairs scream for Donkey Kong paint job.
Yeah, they do, don't they? They need girders. Wow, geez, why wouldn't you think of that? We could have did that at the show. Doggone it.
There's next year.
Yeah. But this is kind of an international contingent here because this is Graham from Australia. This is, I think his name's Peter from the UK. This is, what the hell's his name? I know Boat's making a photo with all the names because everybody uses nicknames in this community. There's very few people that use their real names. And that's Pac Billy, I think, no, that's Pac Billy up here. That's Petzel over here. And I'm trying to remember his name, darn it. He's the one who had that kind of hacked CD32 thing.
Yeah.
You remember, Ken?
I can't remember his name. No, I'm horrible with names.
Yeah, so am I. This is one of the game competitions where you'd come by and play. This was Astro Blaster, which is an arcade game I was familiar with. And then it kept whipping off the screen. Like if you didn't beat the high score, you couldn't see what your score was like 2 seconds. It was kind of like that one game on challenge one we had recently where you had to like really catch it at the right time to catch a score. So I didn't submit a score because I couldn't remember what the hell it was.
Frank said Mobius.
Okay. The guy with those guys with the CD32.
Wait, who's Frank?
TV's Frank, man.
And here's that game we were just talking about in action. Yeah. So basically, it kind of zooms in and zooms out. And you probably describe it better than me because you're a better game player than I am.
Except that you kicked my butt.
Yeah, but that was by fluke. Honestly, I had no idea what he was doing.
You basically just got a little bit of a maze there, and you just try to shoot each other. There's power-ups to get, and you blow up the guy's ship, and then you have to kill the pilot as he's floating around in space.
Yeah,
so it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a nice competitive game, and they had a whole round-robin tournament type thing going through it. And of course, none of us made it, but
base dodgeball.
Kinda. Like the first levels look kind of like a mega race because you're running around a sort of a grid, but then they get much more complicated. The walls and stuff moves. There's these weird energy things that come in. Is that what they were, Ken? Coming in from the sides that kill you?
Oh, yeah. There's just like, I don't know, big laser things that if you're taking too long on a level, it just closes on you and kills you.
Yeah. So they had multiple game scoring competitions. I didn't actually try them all because I just was too busy yakking with people, but everything's interactive. Like everything is set up except for the auction items. It's basically set up for everybody to play. Like it's not like museum pieces, take a look and you can, don't touch. It's like, get in there and play some games. So I actually got one here of Ken. And you were playing an Apple II. Which one was this?
Karate Champ or Karateka or Karate something on the Apple II.
Karateka.
Yeah, and in the background you can see me on the other side because that's where Aaron's CoCo 3 was set up on the Sunday, and I was using the 3D glasses to play Warp Fighter 3D by Steve Bjork, which actually a lot of the people there had never seen a 3D glasses game on a 8-bit machine before, so they were impressed. Unfortunately, and the reason I think these things didn't really take off, we were running on a composite monitor, and of course every composite monitor TV is slightly different on the tint, etc. And the glasses, you have to pretty well tune them like for the right shade of blue and the right shade of red, otherwise it doesn't give you the full effect. So it wasn't perfect. It was enough to give a 3D effect, but not perfect. And any of you who tried it at CoCo Fest, I think it's a bit better with RGB because that's a bit more consistent. But this is one of the reasons I think, because I know 80 Micro and a couple of the CoCo magazines did do some 3D stuff. I think Hot CoCo did as one as well, where these blue-green blue-red or green-red glasses. But if the tint controls in your TV are a little off, it doesn't work quite as well. And everybody's TV back then was different. So that's the reason I think it didn't really take off, because you couldn't get a consistent user experience. Now with RGB, you pretty well can. You just have to make sure the glasses, the colors of the plastic exactly matches whatever colors you're picking for the thing. And then you should theoretically even be able to do like, darkening stuff like dark blue, medium blue, etc., to change the darkness of the stuff you're seeing as well as the three-dimensional effect. And what is this? That's an Naboo up and running, I think, right? No, that's not the Naboo.
No, that's an Atom.
Atom, right. I should recognize by the big box there. There's the video toaster again. This was an auction item. This is, I think it was Boat's originally.
Yeah. Boat had picked that up and he modified it and put a bunch of different games on it. So.
And I know the ongoing joke, one of the people there, Rob O'Hara, and we'll go back to his pictures in a second here too, but he rented a camper, a truck camper thing, fairly large one, motorhome, yeah. And the joke was they measured this out to make sure it would fit in the stand-up shower in the back, so they could haul it back if he won the auction on it. He didn't, but I was just going to wonder where they were going to go to the bathroom because it was a 2-day trip from the back. And this is when Brent and Aaron were doing the live ARG Presents on Sunday morning.
Saturday morning.
Or was that Saturday morning? Yeah, you may be
Sunday
right.
morning, we're packing up.
Right. Yeah, that's right. They started a day early compared to last year. So I'm glad you're here, Ken, because I would have forgot all this stuff. But that was fun because Brent kind of did an impromptu thing that Aaron wasn't expecting, and just, it was chaos. It was great.
Yep.
It's up on YouTube.
It was a lot of fun. Definitely watch that episode.
Yeah.
How many Dallas Quest mentions were there?
There was at least one I remember.
It's always fun to watch Aaron cringe whenever he says Dallas Quest.
And I was mentioning about taking over half the restaurant. So everything on this side of this wall here on this side is all Boat Fest attendees, and the other side is regular people. Normies, as we call them.
This was a Thai place.
Yep. Awesome food. This was really
Yeah.
good. One thing I have to say about the trip there, the pizza place was just down the street from the venue, and the Thai place is some of the best food I've had in several years, to be honest. It was really, really good. And this is a kind of a shared thing for winning some of the game score competitions, was it?
Yeah.
Ken? That's Mitsuyama.
Well,
That's
no,
his nickname.
this was they both won different competitions, except that they just shared the one prize because the one guy had already taken the prize back to his hotel room.
Oh, right. And then these are pictures from the second day.
Yeah, there's the official photo of the attendees.
Not quite, because they photoshopped Boat right up here because Boat took the picture.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I think Brent did that. I was trying to hide behind the pole, but I'm much too fat now to fit behind it, so that didn't work at all. Back in the old days, I would have.
So who did the dancing on the pole?
Not me.
David.
And here's
cat.
this here's
Aaron,
Boat's
right?
basement, and he actually had some of the guests from Boat Fest come by to check it out. But you can see this is actually where some of the stuff is shot for the Amigos stuff, and it's got a lot of cool stuff in the background there, as you'll notice, as does Aaron in his place. Stand up geo cabinets and retro computers on shelves on the walls and a whole bunch of posters. And
So you'll recognize the background of every time Boat joins us on the air here.
Yep.
That is where the magic happens.
That is where the magic happens.
Yep. Okay, so that covers Boat's picture. So I'll go back to Rob O'Hara's here. If you see anything that jumps out at you, Ken, just tell me which one to bring up. Oh, this here was an interesting one because it was a new release of some sort, this thing, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that was a game that is still in beta testing, I think, for the 32-bit the Sega CD or no, that's the Amiga.
The Commodore CD32.
Yeah, that's what it's
I
called.
really like the googly eyes on the monitor.
Yeah, I asked him about that. His wife put googly eyes on all of his retro stuff.
Sort of an identifying marker. That's his version of Apple tags.
No, to let her know that she's watching him.
Oh. Yeah, that was kind of cool. There was an actual.
It's
beta.
the game is kind of a Robotron type game.
Isn't it kind of two games combined? I thought?
Yeah, it's got two games. There's one that's kind of a Robotron style game, and the other one is
Asteroids or something.
No, it's more of an exploratory one where you have to go through rooms and collect things and figure out how to get through like energy beams and stuff. And
yeah, and you'll notice this
puzzle
tablecloth,
solving.
which I totally missed when I was there, and Boat did too until you saw the picture. But it's kind of like 8-bit graphics.
Yep,
it's kind of cool. Anything on that page I should jumps out at you there? Oh, here, auction table as it filled up a bit more.
Hey, there's my CoCo 1 and my Odyssey 500.
Now, the Odyssey
overspent at
500, is that
auction.
the original Odyssey, like the 1972 style one?
It's a
or is that
Pong
like
one.
an
I
Odyssey?
haven't. Again, I have not really done much with I haven't even really unpacked it since I got home. So
Is that an Acer 1201?
where
Sitting on top of the CoCo.
Oh,
maybe.
something. Yeah, something.
It's
like
an
that.
Acer something.
That's the one that Rob O'Hara used as his streaming computer for years.
Yeah, when he was first started podcasting, that's right.
So the thing was to bid on that just in case he left his credit card numbers on it.
Yeah. And down the bottom left here, you can see there's a PC1, which actually came with the printer interface and the leather carrying case for it. So another tier Sadie Radio Shack. And this was at the top here. This was a arcade dual stick with multiple button board.
One of those at games arcade stick things.
Yeah. And if you're into Nintendos and Genesis stuff like that, they had all those game packs, like 8 to 10 games in a pack, and they went pretty cheap. So
yeah,
if you wanted to top up your video game collection there, this was an excellent place to do it. They were selling posters and magnets and
all of your Boatfest memorabilia. And let's see, what else do we have here?
There's the infamous wheel from ARG Presents.
Yep.
For those of you
One
who
of the
watch
things
show.
that they had there was that the Brent had made up is trading cards. And what he did is he took and he cut out the trading cards and fit them into the wheel. And then when they did ARG Presents, that he spun it and made Aaron answer questions about.
I like the
whatever
fact too that this is the
trading
one
card
time
was
I've seen Brent manipulating the wheel too, so he'd pick it on something he wanted to bug his brother about.
Well, I think he was just manipulating it from something that they had already done. Because I think he hit every space except for like 2 of them, I think, on the wheel.
And I really like their Ouija board mouse pad. There's the camper we were talking about that Rob rented.
That the air conditioning didn't work in.
Yeah, I had a few issues. Okay, and this is Peter, I believe is his real name. That's Pajako 6502, I think is his handle. And he actually, because he'd never been to Erican before, and I think it's only the second time he might have been to the States. He took a lot of pictures around. So for those of you wondering what Hurricane looks like, I mean, this is basically a lot of smaller roads, a little bit of hills, kind of like very small mountains, I guess you could almost call it. A lot of
and if you're following your GPS, it'll make you turn into somebody's driveway.
Yeah, or into the craters of the moon, one of the two.
Well, West Virginia is known as the Mountain State. It's also wild and wonderful.
So this is one I'd never seen before. The Oregon Trail is a little portable handheld computer. I'd not seen that before.
Yeah. I've got one sitting in Vancouver right now.
Yeah, this was a cool sign. This is just down the street from the venue.
No MC10 there, huh?
Nope. I know. I thought I saw.
So if you're blind, how are you
Wizard,
supposed to read that sign?
So is Blind Wizard a business or?
Yes.
Sure it is.
But take it out of context.
just only blind wizards can use the dumpster.
He's a wizard. He doesn't need to see. So.
If you want a dumpster dive, you have to be a blind wizard is basically what it's trying to tell you.
The Blind Wizard was the business right next door to where we were.
Yeah. This is some of the desserts they brought in, no charge for the people attending.
They were all jammed in there, weren't they?
And these were really good cupcakes. There was the vanilla and the chocolate ones with tons of icing. I mean,
Little
if
bit
you're
too
diabetic,
sweet.
you could have killed yourself here.
Yeah.
And here they brought in some bars from the UK, some of which Ken and I recognize because we have the same brands up in Canada, but there's a few I'd never seen before. And of course, there was Marmite flavored, what the hell was it, pretzel sticks or something?
Yep.
Those were disgusting, and Ken made me eat them.
I did not make you eat them. You were holding them. You said, I wonder what these are like. And I said, they're Marmite flavored. And you're like, oh, okay, I'll try those.
Oh, isn't Marmite like the
Vegemite
UK equivalent of Vegemite?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
It's a cheap knockoff.
So I
Well,
warned
I
you
said it-
what they tasted like, and you still ate them.
I'm still going to blame you, Ken. That's all I got to say on that.
Now, here, you weren't here anymore, but Sunday afternoon, we all went out to the Old North Arcade in Huntington, which is kind of a really cool place because all the video games are free to play.
Is there an entry fee or anything like some of the other ones do? Or?
Nope, you just you pay for, well, the pinball is not free, and they serve alcoholic drinks. So they make their money on you getting drunk while you're playing Super Pac-Man.
This sounds like the ideal situation to me.
Yep,
Right?
it was awesome. I wish
Now
could've
I have
stayed
a
there all
reason to
day.
go to Huntington.
Yep, I wish I could have stayed there all day, but
Yeah, we were already on the road back, so. Yeah, I never saw any of this.
yeah. It was actually a pretty big place too, so. Well, I don't know. This would be after I left.
Oh, it's one of those animatronic style.
I guess this was after I left.
Chuck
I
E.
left right after
Cheese.
the arcade.
Right, a leftover Chuck E. Cheese's.
Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese's.
Yeah, old Nolan Bushnell.
Yep.
And here's actually seeing some of the proper things in West Virginia you're supposed to see as a tourist.
Squirrels?
Ah, sure, look at those.
Lots of
I
squirrels.
went
Did you
to
see one of those?
They're looking
jugs
for the
with
Marmite sticks, I think is what they're doing.
I went to Huntington, West Virginia, back a few years ago to Chi Chi's, and our family was waiting at a table for our food, and they came with a big tray and dropped it right before we were served onto the floor.
I'm assuming they replaced it for you.
Ah, yes, and
we
60
ate free.
also. Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Just saying that 60 said that those were twiglets that you were
Yes,
eating.
that is the name of them. I do remember that.
I actually fed those to Boat while he was drunk too, which was kind of amusing.
There's that one.
I don't know if I got the right name or not, but I remember visiting West Virginia one time, and there was a radio museum that was in an old like elementary school or something that I thought well of, and I thought it was in Charleston, but there appears to be one also in Huntington.
I've heard of it. I haven't been there.
So this is the audience watching one of the live taping shows. Don't know which one off the top of my head. There's Bode and Aaron getting ready for the Amiga show itself, or was it the ST show?
I'm not sure.
And there's Rob
doing-
Flack O'Hara doing his presentation.
talking about why Friday the 13th on the Commodore 64 is the best game ever made.
I'm sure alcoholic beverages were consumed during the deciding of that as well. And he actually kind of fooled us. He was going to do, what was his original presentation he was going to do?
Strawberry shortcake games.
Yeah.
Until the slide came along where Jason was cutting off Strawberry Shortcake's head with a chainsaw.
And here's their trivia contest. Now, I'm trying to remember, they did a trivia contest at CoCo Fest too, didn't they?
Yep.
So those are always fun. I would have done terrible on these guys. I don't know much about the Amiga stuff. Nick would have kicked my butt.
Yep.
And then another thing Aaron actually had a good idea to do this year that he didn't do last year is he actually just wandered around with a mic and a camera and sat down and interviewed a ton of the people that are part of their Discord. So you can kind of like, match the face to the nickname because almost everybody's nicknames there. A little bit of the background, where they're from, that type of thing. So that was kind of cool. He's got a lot of those up on the Twitch streams now. I don't know if he's going to be splitting those out as separate videos on YouTube afterwards. There's 3 to 4 hour long Twitch streams you can go watch interviews. Unfortunately for me and Ken there, I must have been holding the mic wrong or something because it's kind of got muffled out and kept cutting out stuff. That happened to a few other people, but not as much as it happened on us. I'm cursed when it comes to audio. That's all I can say. CoCo Fest, we have no audio at all on our stream from our presentation. And then here on this one, it was just, cutting in and out like crazy. So Ken, next time you get interviewed by yourself so I don't curse it. Okay.
And during the CoCo Nation shows, we just wish your audio would cut out.
Hello?
Exactly.
Hello.
Perfect.
I love you, Curtis.
There's Frank all excited. He thinks he's going to solder soon.
Exciting.
Hey,
This would have
it
been
was a
during
really good
setup
time.
or
Do I have
tear
any
down?
other- I've got a couple others to just quickly go through here. This is Frank's own stream from it. Now, this is one of the modern PowerPC Amigas or something, wasn't it? Do you remember?
Something like that. Yeah, it was too modern for me. My skin started burning when I got too close to it. So,
But it's basically it's
Just
a
like
power
sunlight.
PC at some incredible clock speed type thing.
there is a version of Flappy Bird on there that was one of the gaming challenges.
And here's Frank breaking doctor's orders and actually trying to fix stuff himself. A CoCo, actually, in this case.
Yep, that was the
Couple
one where
two.
we were trying to hook it up.
Yeah, nobody had an
Nobody
RF.
had coax at all there.
It's all composite. Tandy, why didn't you give us the educational one for regular people?
Yeah.
Frank mentions that PowerPC Amiga was running OS4, Amiga OS4, which I think is PowerPC only, if I remember. The 3.x series is the one that still runs on 680 XOs.
Yeah, that was
Well,
an
and the-
Amiga X1000.
And here's Ken and I getting completely slaughtered by the other players.
Yep.
If I remember, Aaron beat us all pretty handily in this one, didn't he? Or was it Flack?
I think it was Aaron.
Yeah, because he's used to playing with all these weird ass controllers here. This, if it doesn't have an actual joystick stick, I'm lost. And just for those who never saw it at CoCo Fest, that's Warp Fighter 3D. Now it's a longer exposure, so you're not seeing too much of the 3D effect there of the red and blue next to each other, but it does give you some depth. It's pretty cool.
Who's the goof with the glasses?
I'm more looking at all the gray hair I have. Jesus Christ. And I'm all happy playing a CoCo on a Black Beauty. What more can you ask for in life?
That's about it. You've reached the pinnacle.
Yeah, I've reached the pinnacle.
He looks like a
Bird, go to boat.
I can die happy now.
Yes, you can.
Or I can stay on the show and die in a fire, one of the two.
And that's something that we never did hook up, but
Yeah, Super Cassette Vision. I remember they covered it in ARG. It's a fairly obscure system, which I don't know if anybody here has even heard of.
Well, you can punch in the distance of the. Oh no.
But actually loaded games off cassette, so it took a while. And this is a gaming console, not a computer, like a home computer
So
style.
that cartridge is a cassette.
Yep.
And those buttons you can like push. You can actually like.
Yeah, there's
dial in.
buttons here, and then there's also these two joysticks that are actually hardwired into them. You can't unplug them.
Huh.
So kind of strange how people tried to do things in the late 70s, early 80s before things got semi-standardized.
I mean, talk about instant gratification. You plug and set all that up, then you start the game loading and come back after dinner.
Yep. So there's some of Frank's pictures, and then I'm kind of losing track of whose pictures are whose here, but
No, was some of this stuff for sale on that table?
All of this stuff was for sale on the table.
'cause
Oh,
there's
right up to the
stuff-
Pac-Man machine. That's boats we talked about earlier. There's more stuff on the left here too.
Yeah,
that was all the auction stuff.
where were the? Oh, it was all auction stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was priced.
Nope, it was all bidding. Some stuff went really cheap and some stuff went a bit more than I was expecting, to be honest.
So did that PC, that real thin PC 4 or whatever it was, did the screen look good on it?
I didn't turn it on, so I'm not sure. They'd said that it had been tested before they put it out, that it did work.
Okay.
And there was a few things on the auction table that were specifically said, but certain pieces don't work, so it's more of a parts machine. There's a Hunt the Wumpus, which actually Evan Wright ported over to the CoCo directly from the TI-90 version that's pictured here.
It was funny to see a TI without the extra stuff on the side.
Yeah, these next two are here for 60 in the chat here, because these are UK games that also had Dragon versions. These have the Spectre versions here in this case, but Jet Set Willie and Chucky.
It was
Egg.
actually just a little keychain. A
Yeah.
Jet Set Willie thing.
What was the processor in those?
Oh, right.
BBCs?
Sorry, was it?
What was the processor in the BBC?
6502.
Oh,
Was it that or Z80 or Z80? I can't remember.
No, it's 6502.
Okay.
Ages 12 to infinity.
And Chucky Egg, which we had featured as a game on Challenge at some point, didn't we?
Yep,
Yes, sir.
a while back.
so did the BBC come out after the CoCo did?
It'd be pretty close.
Pretty close, yeah.
So I'm wondering if they liked our red reset button and then said, well, we can make, 12.
SX64 with the original cable.
Yeah, this was the portable. For those that had not seen it before, I thought I'd show it here.
Luggable.
Frank Swigert made
Luggable.
homemade ones we saw at CoCo Fest back in the 90s, but of CoCo
Yeah,
ones.
Luggable.
29 pounds of joy. Yes, I
Yeah.
bought one in 1986 and I still own it. They're nice.
It does have a little color screen there, so that was kind of cool.
Yes,
Even though it's like
it's a
4
5-inch
inches or 5-inch.
5-inch diagonal CRT. Yeah.
This
it's
one
heavy.
was Rob O'Hare's.
That must have Dolphin DOS or something already in it because you don't see the fast load or Mach 5 sticking out the top.
Yep. I got fast load. That's what I used for
He
mine.
had a fast load cartridge in the top. You just can't see it there.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah.
I mean, if I had one, I would
I think
personally
it
use
was
it for
Rob's
a
that-
floppy disk storage device like it's being pictured here. So
And he's got the keyboard cable. That's a major win.
Yep. Those keyboard cables die.
I kept suggesting to Rob that I could store this in my car, but he wouldn't let
I'll
me.
take care of it for you.
actually, Ken, after seeing all the stuff you bought, I don't know if you would have had room.
I didn't buy that much.
You were busier at the auction than I was.
Twice as much as I intended to.
And it
That
looks like there's an
keyboard
Apple II
clips
right
on,
next to it.
Does it clip on like the 4P?
It clips on the front. There's little tabs on the back side, and they sit down where the blue line at the bottom. It's just about that. Yeah, so it has a face and it has Commodore on the front as well. So
Yeah, Frank's mentioned Kung Fu Flash, which is actually a product I think he sells.
You think the 4P weighs about twice as much as this one?
this one weighs 29
yeah.
pounds.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know how much a 4P weighs. Don't remember.
a 4P would be heavier.
Yeah.
This has a completely metal case on it.
Yeah, the 4P is a much bigger screen though, so and dual
Yeah.
floppies
Yeah,
and an AMR keypad
It has
included in the
that
keyboard.
cocoa green on
it is physically a bit bigger.
I got one.
So hey, that's the Boat Fest picture. So I'll stop. And Ken, do you any final thoughts on Boat Fest before I switch over to the VCW stuff?
Basically just that I was actually quite impressed with it. I had a lot of fun, and I was impressed on how far people traveled to get there. I thought I was the crazy one.
Yeah, that was
Driving-
funny because I think Aaron even mentioned that because it used to be, no problem. Curtis is going to win the furthest away thing, or maybe somebody, that's way in a corner of the US or something. But no, now we have people from Australia and the UK. Even UK wasn't good enough. You had to be from Australia to win that.
Well, for Canada, we had BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario.
Maybe next year somebody will bring the cocoa powered Evinrude.
For Boat Fest, yes.
Yes.
Evinrude powered CoCo, you meant.
So anybody have any, before I get into VCF, anybody have any questions about Boat Fest or?
How many actual boats were at Boat Fest?
I was waiting for that.
One.
Just one, right?
At least the one, yeah.
There was one boat of car. Yeah, you'll have to get the whole inside story at the whole reason
And
that name came around.
SX64, which weighs as much as a boat anchor.
And there was 3 of them.
When you guys
So-
pulled up, was there like a 64 Chrysler out front or anything? You know, boat of car.
No,
No,
there was
unfortunately not.
There was a Camaro, but
He's looking for a land yacht.
That's not a car.
Right. Eldorado, something like that.
And the comment is was a Camaro.
hey, next up, VCF Southwest, which is from what I was reading on their website. This is the first time in a decade, 10 years, that there has been a show for the Southwest, which took place in Fort Worth, Dallas, and Texas. And of course, that's the home of Tandy. And if you looked at the logo on the VCF Southwest website, the Tandy logo with the 3 diagonal colors, the RGB colors there that we see on the, the label on your CoCo, for example, was kind of the theme for VCF. So there was a fair bit of Tandy representation at the show. So
Not only that, but the sound was pretty cool when each thing started.
Oh, you're talking about the videos when they did the
Yeah,
road
they
intros?
had the different colors would make noises when they were displayed.
Yeah,
they had a
actually, I'll
background
play some
sound.
clips of those, and I'll make sure to play that little intro too, because
It's pretty
there's a
cool.
few videos that are CoCo related that we're going to be talking about. But I'll just go through some of the pictures here. So I got a few here from different people. Let me share the screen. Which one am I looking for here? I think it's this one.
Bam. Yeah.
If you see
There's a
Brendan
little-
Donaghy's name up here, then I'm pointing the wrong one. If
Yeah,
I'll
There's
write
a
one
little,
to that.
there's a little bit of Ron's garage right there in that picture. Do you know what it is?
Nope.
Too late. Okay, it's the CoCo VGA monitor showing a VG6 of CoCo VGA, which I produced.
Oh, okay.
And I guess he did show a bunch of my VG6 pictures. On
Yeah, he did mention that because you guys were talking about it here. You can see on the side.
Yeah. So I thought that was cool. Let's give me a little thrill.
Speaking of a 4P,
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, on the far right there. Well, far right of the table anyway. But yeah, this was Brendan's own booth here. So he's got the Pi key with the little adapter for running modern keyboards on an MC10, which he's got running on its side, and he's even running Paul Shoemaker's just released video poker game.
Mhm.
He's got a TP 100 there underneath the joysticks, a CoCo 1, the Model 4. I'll just show her some of the show floor there. Said it was pretty well attended too, which is kind of cool. Considering it, had taken a break for 10 years, and they didn't announce it till fairly late, I think, either, did they? Like they only really announced it was happening, I think, 1 or 2 months ahead. Or am I remembering that wrong? For those
No,
who,
something like that. It was like, oh, hey, wow, really? Yeah.
yeah, because I'd already booked Boat Fest by then. Because honestly, there was so much CoCo and Tandy stuff. I would have considered going to this one instead. No offense to Boat Fest, but to be, at in Tandy's headquarter town with a lot of the Tandy people that were involved in their whole computer line from 77 through 1990 type thing there in attendance. I would have liked to have gone to this because that would have been a bit of a rare opportunity.
I got a question for you guys. Maybe it's impossible to answer, but as time goes on, I just wonder, people aren't manufacturing CRTs anymore, are they? I mean, aren't these
No.
CRTs going to wind up being few and far between in the future? As they
Yeah, unless
die?
a retro thing starts where people start manufacturing again, like they're trying to do with records and stuff now.
Yeah, in some cases, they're already few and far between, especially in arcade restoration.
I don't know. Well, it shows up in the picture here, but you can see the VCF logo up the top of the screen here. It's kind of washed out because of the angle, but you can see the red, green, blue diagonals that you'll recognize from Tandy machines, which was kind of the theme. There's your 4P up close.
Scripts it.
So there's a few pictures that Brendan put up on to see, but he also gave me a link to his photo list here, and he actually sent me a thing to kind of read out talking about it, because I was going to try to get him on the show today, just didn't have time. So he did a little write-up for me. So vintage computer, sorry, what?
This is like June Tandy. Like
Yeah,
Step
kinda.
Tandy.
So he said, located in Dallas, Texas, at the University of Texas Davidson Gundy Alumni Center, Friday, June 23rd to June 25th, 2023. He arrived at 11 a.m. on Friday and noticed Boise Pete was setting up his booth. And Boise bought a bunch of his, one of the kind or very rare CoCo related systems. So I think he's got some photos of that coming up here. We've also got a picture of a Sheldon McDonald's game. Why is the name escaping me?
Treasure Island Defense.
Thank you. Which we actually had as a game on challenge as well.
And a TDP next to it.
Yep.
Yeah, right there.
And an MC10 next to that.
Yeah, there's Ron's MC10. That's where it is.
Yeah.
That's a Commander X, which is, I think, is that the 8-bit guys? Or is that a different one? I can't remember now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 8-bit guys.
Is that
Close up.
the one that they put together?
Yeah, they kind
Yeah.
of designed a sequel to a C64 with a bunch of modern hardware to make it run quite a bit faster with a bunch of extra features, extra graphics modes, etc.
And it's got slots.
Yeah, slots.
Kind of looks like a Apple II
Apple
there.
II.
So how does it run? Did it work right off, or did they have trouble with it?
It's been an ongoing project for what, 3 or 4 years now, I think.
Yeah.
Is he selling them yet, or are they still kind of finishing up the design? I don't know. I know he's got several videos of it in action, showing its progress as it was being designed on his channel on YouTube. There's a Sharp.
Built-in
Let's
printer.
see.
40th anniversary of the Sharp PC 5000. Yeah, IBM 5100.
Big tape drive in that. Eesh.
Yep. The Atari 65 XEP. This is not one I was familiar with, but it looks like a competitor to that Commodore one we just looked at, the SX.
Hmm.
I don't know if that screen, I'm assuming it was color.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
Is
it says
that a
here,
real
please do not-
machine or?
Well, it says, please do not touch prototypes. I'm assuming this was one they
It's a
generated internally and
prototype.
maybe never
Okay, I was
sold. Yeah.
wondering. Yeah.
1450 XLD, 1090 XL expansion box. So this is basically a multi-pack for the Atari, and you had all of these things that were planned to be made for it. It's kind of like some of the BT 1000 units that CoCo had before the multi-pack came out. Now here's Boise. So he brought 5 things of extreme interest for those who've not seen these up close in person. I would love to see this. So this is the CoCo 4 that he's put in the book, and we've mentioned on the show before some photos of it as well. And there's a disagreement between Mark Siegel and some of the other Tandy employees at the time, because Mark says that this was meant to be a possible CoCo 3 educational model that they did a mock-up of to see if schools would want it. But if you watch the Atari roundtable panel, several of the engineers said no, there was initial plans for a CoCo 4, but never got very far. And this has no circuit board, no nothing. It's basically just a mocked-up case with a built-in 3.5-inch disk drive. So there's obviously some different memory recollections there as to how far things got or who was doing what exactly, etc. But that's the only one in existence.
So it looks like it's roughly the same size as a original sized CoCo 1. Looking at the CoCo next to it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the CoCo
Stuff
one on the
top.
left there. Yeah, pretty close. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously taller because of the drive bays, etc. But
Yeah.
And
It
then
would
the
be
later-
really cool if they had a pie in it and it worked.
The later versions of the 1000s kind of went to that sort of format.
yeah, and I remember there was originally when these
DXHX.
photos got first released, there was speculation that it might have been a 1000 case kind of hacked together to fit a CoCo 3 keyboard style thing in it.
Do you think they would have had a fan?
I have no idea.
I doubt it. And that badge what does it say?
Color Computer 4.
Computer. So, but that wouldn't be the original. I reckon Boise had that printed.
Nope, that was on it when he got it from Cricket.
Oh, okay.
So that came from Tandy that way.
Still can't zoom in, huh?
Can you on this? I'm not even sure.
Oh, you can. There you go.
Color Computer 4.
Because Boise does sell the badges, and I thought he just had a few made up with a 4 on it.
No, as far as I know, and I mean, he can correct me if I'm wrong if he sees this, but I'm pretty sure that came from Tandy that way, from his discussion of it in the book. Because the book's how many years old, and I don't think he started selling badges till after that, did he?
Well, I would have thought that this is
Actually,
just
does Boise sell badges, or is that Mark?
That might be Mark, but yeah, they probably both have them.
You know,
But I would have thought, why would you make a
route.
badge for a computer that is not really even being made yet? I mean, this is only a concept, and they made color badges. I thought that's
Well,
weird.
if they made plastic moldings for the drive case, I mean, a badge is going to cost them squat.
And they put it off to the left, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the standard CoCo 3 one's a bit wider because it actually.
Right. No, they made it fit the case that they're making because they've got the 5 1/4 or 3.5 inch drive, and then to center up everything, you put the badge over the.
Actually, no, I guess it's pretty close to the same size as the existing. I'm just looking at my CoCo 3 over my shoulder here, so.
I think that photo is a bit out of whack scale wise.
Well, that's just whatever viewer I'm seeing through Google Photos.
I wonder if they would have had a little square badge at the top that said 10 megabyte.
Yes, I wonder what would be behind the grill on the left. Maybe a
Nothing
hard drive?
currently. It's basically a hollow case. There's no circuit board. There's no power supplies. Nothing in it, from what I understand.
That's where the hard drive would go.
Yeah.
Or a second floppy drive, perhaps.
Well,
they never added a drive light either, did they?
There's one in there, right here,
On the drive, yeah.
right there.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying like a power on light.
I don't know.
So you're saying it's an empty case, so there's no real-time clock.
Still not. No, much to my chagrin.
Yeah, that
Floppy's
looks like
even
an early
that
Tandy
looks a bit
1000
more to
case
scale.
that they hacked up.
Did they ever show the back of it?
I don't think any of Brendan's pictures. I'm pretty sure Boise is showing some back stuff of it, but I don't think it's on here. Deluxe color computer with an actual circuit board and everything in it, because I've seen this before. Now, this here is a little satellite ROM board, and you'll notice there's 4 sockets. All 3 are populated. Now, they've actually taken a look at these, and there's a Color Basic 1.2, a Color Basic 1.3, and Extended Basic 1.1 is what's in there right now. I'm assuming with the 4, this eventually would have became like a big chip or something. And talking to Mark about the specs for the Deluxe, and him and Boise both sent me some documentation that Microware had on the Deluxe, because they were manufactured somewhat, and Microware had been writing drivers, is that the eventual plan was to have a 32K ROM. So you'd have Disk Basic built right in, and the Disk Basic had extensions to support a 32K RAM drive. So if you had 64K, you'd get your 32K through Basic for RAM, you get your 32K ROM for all your basic stuff, and the RAM drive would be the other 32K would map in and use it. So you didn't need an actual drive. You could actually run off a RAM drive for a little bit if you wanted to with a 32K RAM drive. Plus it had that, phase thing. So you get white text on blue background instead of black on green. Real serial port 6551, just like having an RS-232 pack built into the machine. Composite out was built in. The extended keyboard with the black background instead of gray background you see right there, because that is the ones they also sold as extras in Radio Shack after. One of the few things from the Deluxe they actually made some money on, because they sold those separately. But there's a couple of these around, from what I understand. And the back of the case wasn't finalized, so it's kind of hacked. If you've seen pictures,
does this one actually power up?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Boise on that one. I do know the whole circuit board's in there, and they have dumped the ROMs and stuff. So, but that's not the ROM that would have been sold in the final unit. It's not even close.
It looks like the writing is not on the case; it's on some tape.
Yeah, that was just the label that John Prickett had on there.
Color Computer 23rd edition.
I don't know.
And they don't have a sticker on it.
Could have been the part number, like it was 3021, 3022. This might have been 3023 was what the Deluxe was going to be.
internal skew, but it's never had a sticker on it. Look how perfect the plastic is for the sticker
Yeah.
will be.
And that's basically the 64K CoCo case. And like I said, if you take a look at the back, it's actually got a big chunk of plastic cut out to fit the RS-232 port, the real one, and the composite video out and audio out. Because they didn't actually have the moldings made yet. The circuit board was basically designed. The ROMs were in the works. OS 9 and had drivers built to handle. Oh, it had an AY speech sound pack sound chip built into it too.
Probably had the clock.
No clock still. Everything but.
Was it based on a color 2 or a color 3?
This is a couple years before the CoCo 3, so definitely on the CoCo 2.
There's no gimme in this one.
No.
No.
No, it's basically a 64K CoCo with the RS-232 pack, the sound speech pack, and composite video out all built in. And then they would have had an extended ROM. Also had that phase thing for better colored text. That would have the true lowercase VDG that you see on the later CoCo 2s. So it would have been a pretty decent upgrade. You would have had a lot of stuff come stock. But not a huge quantum leap like the CoCo 3 ended up being.
Definitely would be more like on par with the Commodore 64, the built-in sound chip in them.
Well, one of the things with this machine, if you compare it to the Dragon 64 or Tano, the Tano and the Dragon 64 came with the 6551 built into them as well.
Yeah.
For the serials.
There's still no parallel port in this one, though. You have the serial bit banger for a printer, and the real RS-232 you could use it as a printer or a modem or direct terminal. And still ran at 1 megahertz, not 2. There's a zoom of the keyboard, which has the black background, so the gray you see in the CoCo 3.
And
Now,
to the
John
left of
Prickett, the
that-
person that designed this, was supposed to be on the Tandy panel, but they announced at the beginning of the Tandy panel stream, which you can watch on YouTube if you go to the VCF Southwest channel. He ended up having emergency surgery, which he's okay, but there was no way in heck he could make it to the show, unfortunately, because he was actually going to give a speech on probably a lot of this stuff, which would have been really cool.
Makes you wonder if he has one.
Well,
Well,
that's
this
where
came from
Boise
him.
got these from.
Oh,
CoCo 4 case and this were from him. If you got the CoCo history book that him and Bill made, it's got pictures and kind of the background of that whole meeting him. Here's the Ag Vision terminal, which came out before the CoCo, but based on a lot of the same hardware of the CoCo 1. You can see that the RAM badge has been replaced with a modem light. The modem was built in at 300 baud. You had the chiclet keyboard, 6809. I don't believe it had a SAM. It had the Videotech software, basically built in ROM instead of BASIC. And this is the much rare blue ones, not the the standard gray Videotech terminals that came out a few months before the CoCo 1 did. And if you watch the round table, they've got a bit of the history of this is mentioned in there if you want to get into the early stuff too, and some of the people who were directly involved with it. Sorry, go ahead.
Just looks wrong.
1979.
One of the comments. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just trying to remember if this came out in late 79. It was late 79 or early 80. The CoCo didn't get announced till July of 1980 and didn't get actually out to the public till about October. So this would have been about half a year to 3/4 of a year before that, at least. Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say during Boise's presentation that he did there, where he was talking about the history of the CoCo, it makes me think that there's a lot of these out there potentially because he said that there was some sort of promotional program where if farmers bought like 300 gallons of it was like a fertilizer or something, they were given one of these free.
But only in 2 counties in Kentucky and I think 1 or 2 in Ohio.
Oh, okay.
They had a very limited scope.
Yeah, but I thought that was kind of interesting.
And that's when they switched over to doing the general video text for everybody, where you could go into the Dow Jones, you could do the farming related weather stuff, you could go on CompuServe, et cetera, type thing.
Right.
They kind of trying to expand the market. This was very narrowly focused. It was actually sponsored by the University of Louisville, Kentucky, I believe.
Okay.
Some university there. It's part of Boise's presentation as well.
Yeah.
But the Ag Vision with that light being there, the indicator light, is probably why all the later CoCos with the badge still have the hole under there.
Ooh,
Well, they actually had the RAM badge there because it would say 4K, 16K, 30K.
Well, yeah, but he's right. There's a hole to fit an LED through where the RAM badge is. Why would that be there if it wasn't from this?
Yep.
Well, with the way Tandy wanted to save money, I mean, they obviously probably used the exact same mold
Yeah.
that
Everything.
they did,
Yeah.
and they just move forward with the CoCo One case.
Hey, I pulled up a page with the AgVision stuff on it. It does have a 6847 in it.
Yeah, the VDG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Video
you'd
text
kind of
did
have
too.
to have the you'd kind of have to have the SAM to do the RAM sharing too, wouldn't you? To get the video over to the video.
It has a 6821, a 68.
Yeah, the SAM you don't need. The SAM I think was uniquely to the CoCo.
Huh. Okay.
Because that lets you do all the high semi-graphics modes where if you don't have a SAM, you can't. Like the MC10 doesn't have a SAM. And it uses 6847 too.
Gotcha. Okay.
But you only got SG4 and SG6. So you don't have any of the other ones. That was kind of the way the SAM interleaved, the memory scanning for video type thing where you could do it by individual scan line instead of character.
I thought this was interesting because the Landco has absolutely nothing to do with electronics or computers in any way.
Yeah.
They sell tractor stuff and fertilizer and crap like that. And this.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it was a university locally there, and they were taking proposals for doing something for farmers with technology. And Motorola helped do the submission along with Radio Shack for doing this. It was a joint proposal. I've actually seen, I think Boise posted up some links to the actual proposal write-up on Project Green Thumb, which is what it was originally the code name for it. And that was submitted in 78 or 79 from what I saw in those docs. And Motorola actually said, here's a 6809. We're going to have a ROM. We're going to have a modem. We're going to have a 6847 to drive the screen, et cetera. And they kind of mock-ups. Now, the original mock-ups of that and the original proposal did not have a full keyboard. It had almost like a little numeric keypad in the middle. So it looked fairly different from this, what the final product was a year later, but that was the rough beginning of it. There's the Model 4P.
Holy cow, look at all the thousands.
That's the Tandy Roundtable. And you'll have to watch the video because I can't remember who everybody is. Jerry Heap's in there. I think he's second from the right. The most talkative guy is the guy who's talking right now. And I should know his name. For some reason, it's escaping me at the moment. And like I said, John Prickle was supposed to be part of this panel, but unfortunately he wasn't able to make it due to the surgery.
What the empty chairs for?
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely, that's an hour and a half or hour and a quarter presentation on the VCF Southwest YouTube channel. Definitely go check out. There's a lot of cool, interesting stories in there. Covering the Tandy 1000, 2000, covering the CoCo, the Model 123s, trying to get FCC approvals, all kinds of stuff. It's a really good talk.
Yeah, the lady at the end was interesting too.
Yeah. Yeah, she worked for the company that Tandy bought that handled a lot of importing of stuff to Japan, technology-wise.
ACA or something.
A&A or something like that.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the company, but she was one of the main purchasers. Any chips that Tandy had to get that were not manufactured in the States went through the company she was working for, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Tandy after they bought them out. And she called it was kind of the secret sauce because that was when Japan started catching up in the technology, because the early 70s was basically the US was completely in charge of everything in the world as far as electronics went, like Intel, et cetera, Motorola for that matter. But by the late 70s, early 80s, I mean, Japan was coming on hard and fast and, catching up and, kind of innovating on their own type thing. So then you started to see a mix of chips from various places, which you still do to this day. That's more Brennan's booth.
What's that computer kit there? The Radio Shack computer. What is it? Microcontroller.
Yeah, that's the
Micro.
201 kit or something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like to teach you electronics and stuff, wasn't it? And how
Yeah,
circuits and
it's one of their
logic.
experimenter. Yep, their experimenter boards. They had a whole series of those. Yep.
That was the first thing to teach me. I don't know how to solder, I think. I remember.
Well, it was because the spring clips spoiled you. You
There's
never,
no soldering.
Yeah, exactly.
you never got the skills. That was the problem.
I didn't have the skills to do this either. Never mind that. So there's those. And then there's a couple individual pictures here. So this is Alan Badiger. I'm trying to remember that's how you pronounce his name here. He's been a guest on our show, but he's the guy who kind of has taken over along with a company in Germany and a company in Japan, RTSI.com, which he ran. All of them were support for OSK, OS 9000 after Microware and Radisys kind of folded it up. Now they've got the rights to it, and they actually run a company called Microware and still supports those. And he's been on our show, and of course, Boise's with him too, because of course he worked for Microware. And I was got Alan with Mark Siegel, because Mark Siegel popped by there, I think, on Saturday for the morning. And then he said, he had to leave because he was getting tired because that's one of the problems of being old. You get tuckered out fast, but it was good to see that he got to show up there too. And I don't know if he had time to talk to some of the other engineers and stuff that were doing the presentations and stuff too, but I'd love to hear some of those back conversations.
Hey, do you think that's a pulsar on Mark's arm?
I have no idea. To me, it looks like a watch.
I know. Well, that's what I was speaking of.
Right.
Back in
The
old
original
days.
digital watch.
Yeah, I had
pulsar.
So if VCF SW happens in Fort Worth again next year, I think I will try to make that one, because if I can visit with Mark and some of these engineers and stuff, I would love to maybe sit down and get some interviews with them in person. That'd be a lot of fun, I think. Depends on when and where, and how expensive things are at the time, but. So that's those. Then I've got some here now. Some other people that we know were at the show too. Taylor and Amy, which I'll cover in the news. They took some pictures and stuff too of Boise's booth. They took a picture of all 5 of the machines that were on there. I'm trying to remember. We covered the Deluxe. We covered the Ag Vision. We covered the CoCo 4. I'm trying to remember the other 2 they showed where. I might have to go dig through those pictures a little bit later. The next batch I'm going to show you here is actually from Chronological Gaming. Jeff was down there too because he lives in Texas. So he went and he's got pictures of like all the different types of machines here that he got to fiddle around with. So let me change my share. So first up here is a couple of the Sinclairs. They got the ZX81, or ZX81 as it's known in the US, on the left and the Spectrum on the right. With the chiclet keyboard. They improved their machine to a chiclet keyboard to match the CoCo 1, I guess, is basically what I'm trying to say here.
Membrane one sucks.
Yes.
Yeah,
Anybody who's typed in an Atari 400 will know.
Just think touch screen and you're right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Resistive
touchscreen
touchscreen.
covered with gummy jelly bean.
So you have to stare intently at what you're typing at to see what you're pointing, and you have to hit the middle and press very carefully in the middle, just like a bad touchscreen. I loved it.
My friend Dwayne here and I, because we had experience a little bit with the ZX80 and the 81 and the Atari 400, we call it the ram tone keyboard because you basically had a hammer or chisel, and you'd smack the keys to get it registered. So that's what we did.
Is it as bad as those Coke Freestyle machine touchscreens?
Have you ever tried to be a cashier at McDonald's when they had those touchscreen, or not touchscreen, but the touch keypads, where you watch a person mashing the key trying to order a cheeseburger?
And it won't,
like that.
and it won't, and it won't.
Yeah, it's like that, except you don't have the obvious bliss of getting an actual cheeseburger after you're done. And there he is at Brendan's booth. So you got to meet Brendan in person and fiddle around the CoCo 1 with the CoCo VGA in it.
He's really worn the front of that CoCo.
Hey, she's a winner.
Yeah. I still like the older ones, like the ones with the left badge and still had the memory badge on the top, because that had the nice black underneath. That looked awesome when you rubbed that off.
Yeah, that was cool.
There's with one of the Tandy 1000 models. And Super Pet.
Super Pet. Is that
Now
the
that's the Pet
6809
with a 6809. Yes, thank you. So it's a dual CPU and actually has a port of OS 9 to it. So that's something I would like to try at some point. And the Super Pet was created in Ontario, Canada. It's Frank's, one of the members of the Pet and Amiga / Commodore users group in Toronto. And they have Super Pets there, and they have some of the people that program the original thing. So one of these days I'm gonna have to pop by because they have a couple local shows in Ontario too, and maybe get the chance to fiddle with it and try OS 9 on the Super Pet. That'd be awesome. And that's an Atari, I think.
Yeah, a 130, or what do they call it?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, that looks awfully small. Is that one of those new recreation ones, or is that an actual?
No, it's an actual one.
Oh, it's the
It's
130
last of
XE.
the Atari 800.
Okay, so those are just a little bit
130 XE.
smaller than some of the other ones,
Oh,
or just perspective maybe is confusing me.
yeah,
Lots of
perspective
things
is making
confusing.
them look a bit smaller than what they really are, but it's about the size of a CoCo 2.
It's them wide monitors that are throwing you off.
That might be two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the wide monitors.
Now this one struck a chord with me because this is the very first computer I ever used.
Yep,
The
look at that
original PET with
keyboard.
that crappy calculator keyboard and a space bar about the size of your thumb. Little
Was
tiny
the
thing in the
cassette
middle.
on the left, was it?
Yep.
Yep.
8K RAM standard, if I remember correctly, but that was the very first computer I ever used and programmed on. And at that time, I think I learned maybe 10 basic statements, so I had very limited programming on it.
So anytime you feel bad about cocoa price, look at Powers On, $1,000.
Yep. I'll still complain about cocoa prices. And here he's going back to the one of the other Trinity ones, the TRS-80 Model 1, or as it was known back then, just the TRS-80. And this particular booth here was actually kind of talking about the Quick Printer 2 and talking about the TRS-80 Microcomputer News magazine that Tandy put out for several years from 78 through 84, 83 or something. And Instant Software here in the lower right corner is actually some software that was published by the same guys that did Hot Cocoa 80 Micro Kilobaud Computing, but Wayne Green. That was their the software division actually sold software that you buy, including some Cocoa programs like, say, Mountain Pilot and a few others. Well, there's an Apple II GS, which I'm sure Mark is familiar with. Mark, I should say.
I only have 4 of them.
Slacker.
Slacker.
Yeah,
There's the Coleco Atom.
And those cassette drives.
Yeah, and the fact that you had to have a printer plugged in to power the system on, that was awesome.
And no cassettes plugged in to power the system on, or you wouldn't have those cassettes anymore.
It wouldn't be anymore. Yep.
It's quite the adventure.
Yeah. And here's the Entrix. I'm not familiar with that one. Is that a terminal or is that a computer?
It's a terminal. Yeah, it's a terminal. I believe.
Terminal.
Okay.
ADM, maybe? Or what'd you
No,
say?
it's a knockoff of an ADM.
ADM's got their own, like the 3A, 22.
And they have a nice case. This is like a knockoff, blow molded case.
Oh, really?
Terminal thing.
Yeah, the ADMs we used as terminals on the CoCo 3 actually at work. We had, I think, 2 or 3 3As and 2 22s, a Freedom 100, and a couple others I can't remember.
The blue
It's not one of those on the right. The one on the right, is that, what's that?
I don't know.
Something else. Yeah, the Atom 3s look like the one closest to us, but much more nicely done.
Yeah.
This is like someone made it in a garage with a blow molded case and a exit,
I wonder if they're using a white screen with a blue filter on it, or if it's actually blue.
That might just be the camera angle too. Who knows?
Yeah.
Commodore VIC 20 playing it almost looks like a Bejeweled clone or something. I'm not sure what that is. Macintosh SE playing Oregon Trail. Did Paul ever finish his Oregon Trail port on the CoCo? I don't think he did he?
No. Some nice.
Got to get off all these casino games and finish that up. It's kind of like Nick doing this stupid Neutroid thing again. TI-994A. That was a machine that was 16-bit, but so crippled in the way to access memory, it was dog slow, which is a shame because it actually had a pretty decent sprite chip, decent graphics, decent sound. Keyboard was a little crammed, I will give it that. But its basic was atrociously slow.
Yeah, it was sad that it was a 16-bit CPU that ran slower basic than a lot of 8-bits.
And yeah, the 6502 would. Yeah.
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 Here's an Amstrad CPC 464. So this is in case you think CoCo with a multi-pack is not wide enough.
Yeah.
We have this for you.
You got to see the 99.4As with the expansion stuff.
I have. I saw a guy in our town here that ran a BBS. We had disk drives, modems, printer for logging,
and 15 linear feet of table.
Yeah,
But this is as small as it got. Could you imagine this?
Yeah, this
with
is
a
it. This is the
4x3
base case.
monitor in front of it. 4x3 monitor wouldn't even cover the keyboard area, and then you got this.
Yeah, it was a pretty decent machine actually, but
So the tape drive died, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was the thing. Like in the UK, the tapes cassette-based system stayed around for half a decade longer than it did up in North America or even Australia for that matter. They were too expensive to get disk drives, which is just insane to me. I would never have used a tape drive in the late 80s. There he is in front of the sign advertising. Now here you can clearly see the logo that's kind of borrowed from Tandy there. And Taylor and Amy took their picture with this too. This is the What would you call this? It's kind of a fraud slash
Infamous?
urban
Right.
legend, or I don't know. What to
Urban
call it.
legend, oblivious, yes.
This is the arcade game that supposedly would actually like damage people's brains and cause them to go insane or something like that. And you're supposed to try to find this, but never actually play because you might
join the
Right.
army or something. Yeah.
It's like that movie about the videotape that sucks you in.
Oh, Videodrome. Yeah, something like that. But anyway, yeah, somebody made a modern game called that just to kind of fill in the rest of the legend, I guess. I haven't talked to him since, though. He's actually on a summer break now, so maybe it did damage his brain. He's taking a break. I'm not sure. Just
Dun,
kidding,
dun,
Jeff.
dun. Cue the X-Files theme.
But yeah, it looks like a pretty well attended show. A lot of people I would have loved to have met in person. Like obviously I've met Boise before, and we've met Mark on the show here as an interviewee, but to meet them in person, and then a bunch of others like Jerry Heap and some of the others from Tandy that were all there too. I would have loved to have been down for that. So if they do have it next year, and like I said, the first time after 10 years, I haven't heard yet if they're planning the next year one, or if this is going to be back to being on a permanent schedule. But I'm hoping it does, because that would be awesome. Anybody else planning on, if they have it roughly around the same time next year, is anybody else planning on going?
That looks really cool to go to. What city is it in?
Dallas, Fort Worth.
Dallas, yeah.
Texas.
Oh, there's got to be an amusement park there somewhere.
Yeah, the original Six Flags is in Dallas, Texas.
I'll take it. It's either that one or the one that's built in the rock quarry.
And of course, Brendan lives in Texas, so he was there. So that's a good thing too. We get to see him at CoCo Fest and at DCF. That'd be awesome. I'm just going to scroll back. I'm just looking through stuff at Tanami Quiz. I'm pretty sure they put some pictures up of some of the other stuff Boise had. There's a couple there that I don't think we've seen photos of yet. Oh, they took a picture of this. The heck is it?
V-Font?
Sorry?
Yes,
Like,
that's from
is it-
his basic extension. It's up on the webpage, but he's added commands to basic to be able to interact with the CoCo VGA.
At the bottom, it says is that V-Font 211 or something like that? I'm not sure if that's a command line or something. It must be a
Yeah,
that a
he's
statement?
demoing the basic extension. He's talking about it.
okay.
What it is, Brian, is there was an extension to BASIC for the CoCo VGA.
Okay, right.
Have you guys ever heard of a Centurion?
Other than Battlestar
Is that
Galactica
in Battlestar Galactica? Yeah.
or
He knew
Ancient
that was
Roman.
coming.
Yeah, that was the Romans with the horse carts with the brushes on their head.
Exactly. Okay, so what's the context for Centurion?
Because that was a machine that apparently has just hit YouTube recently, and that was one that Taylor Nami took a picture of because it was apparently a kind of a unicorn style thing. So let me switch. I've got it saved out here.
Yeah, it's maybe British, maybe. The British actually have a tank called the Centurion. So. Peter Willard says, yes, a unique machine. Oh, look at that. IBM blue
Which
colored.
part is the computer? The bottom or the
It's
top?
like a PDP or an
All of
HP
it.
3000 mini.
Okay.
That's the whole thing there.
Yeah, it's a
Wow.
mini computer with a terminal.
You get a computer and a coffee table in one.
Looks like
Yep.
a
So,
60s dishwasher.
and a heater.
You can tell it's a mini instead of a micro because it's actually got a key on it here to lock it
Yeah,
up.
That's
looks
the
like
power.
it's the size of a portable dishwasher, like you said
Is-
there.
Is that
usually the
rack
power
of tubes associated with it?
I wouldn't think so.
But apparently this was just recently discovered, and a lot of people had no information on it. So whoever did the YouTube video, and I can't remember who that is, unfortunately, has been trying to do some research. And I think it's from the late 60s, maybe the
Yeah,
early
or
70s.
Early 70s.
Early 70s, yeah.
Look at that. Look at that screen burn on it.
And it's had a lot of
Well,
hours.
it's been on since the early 70s.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta have that one here. A sec here.
zoom in, we might be able to see a few passwords.
Right?
The
Is
logo
it-
looks like Marvin the Martian.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
it does kind of, doesn't it? It's got the
It's
old
a brush
Roman.
on his head. Yeah.
The Roman
does
thing,
it
yeah.
Is it equipped with a P-51 space modulator?
Now, what is this thing in the front here? This I don't have a clue.
It's like a jack, doesn't it? The barrel
That's the
jack
HAL
for
For
something.
9000
what?
camera.
What was that?
It's
Oh,
for the.
that's, go ahead.
I was going to say it's for the secret mouse you aren't supposed to know about.
So in the chat, Mikey says Centurion is a mini computer from the Texas area. And
Oh, okay.
Peter Willard says the rack of tubes is a recreation of the MC 1455 CPU.
Cool. I want.
The plug on the front is probably for the mic for voice command.
The there's a Hackaday page about a restoration of a Centurion. It says from the 1980s.
That would make sense.
Power switch.
All of the minis were just going from rack mounts to smaller case sizes like that. I've got a DG Eclipse that's kind of packaged the same way. They were just leaving the big rack.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's about
Mikey
the
says-
size of the HP 3000 we had at work, which is not the HP 3000 Unix style stations they had later, but the late 70s, early 80s mini computer that actually had the external drives with removable platters and, you know, size. Well, that was the size of the case of the HP 3000 too. So it was a terminal based system. And the last one I'll share here from Taylor and Amy, they also got their picture taken at the Polybius machine, and they've had a fairly different reaction. So I'm not sure who got brain damage by playing it too long or not. I'll let you be the judge.
We might have lost one.
That looks like Terror.
Dun dun dun.
Terror and Elation. I'm not sure which one's overriding here. So anyway, it looked like a really fun show. So I'm glad they've got it back for this year. Hopefully they continue doing it in the following years here and keep getting some of the Tandy guys because of course they're all local. Because I'd love to be able to talk to some of them in person. Okay, bug them, I guess is the technical term. Anyway, I think that covers pretty well both shows fairly well, I think. I'm glad Ken was along with me for the ride at Boat Fest. That was a lot of fun. He knows a lot more about the various different gaming platforms than I do. I kind of stuck with CoCo after 83, 84. So I didn't know a lot of the newer stuff, and especially the game consoles. I never did much with game consoles. So
Okay. Well, time for a break.
yeah, let me just take a look. I'm just going to read if a couple things here, last minute things that Brendan found interesting at VCF Southwest. So I'll just read these literally out loud. The first one, he said, the Vintage Nerd is a YouTuber who has a large collection, was showing his rare Atari 8-bit language cartridges. He and his wife traveled from California for this event and were very friendly and fun to talk to. Edgar Digital arrived from my hometown of, I'm going to butcher this, La Cruces, I'm not sure, of New Mexico to attend. They had tons of retro electronics, analog and digital in their warehouse there, and it was very cool to talk to the guy from whom I bought my vacuum tube oscilloscope, audio function generator, and replacement Tandy 1000 floppy drive back in the 1990s. The Macintosh librarian was demonstrating a kit which enabled the use of LCD flat panel displays in old 68K based Macintosh computers. And Mac librarian's also a member of the Amigos Discord, so I've followed a bit of her stuff. She has that little mascot named Mackie that they put some animated graphics to have the Mac talk to you. It's kind of cool. Polymath of www.701c.org described to me in detail his reverse engineering process behind replacing the aging NiCad battery in his ThinkPad 701. For those who don't know, this was a very unique IBM laptop which had a butterfly keyboard. I do remember this mechanism that would enable the keyboard to expand when it was open to be full size. He has all sorts of info about this laptop and information about parts and teardown at his website. The National Video Game Museum, located in the Dallas area, sponsored the show and had rotating Atari 2600 and Nintendo Entertainment System exhibits that everyone could take turns playing from a couch. This reminds me of Boat Fest. I had the opportunity to visit with John Hardy, the driving force behind the National Video Game Museum, again after meeting him for the first time at his museum a few years ago. In the past, John has shipped out spare parts to folks, including myself, for free, simply to help them restore their systems. They also have tons of 8-bit computers, some of which were brought to the show. The rarest two that I saw, and we saw pictures of them earlier, were the Atari 65 EXP and the 1450 XLD, which like I said, we showed pictures of before. So the show opened at 2 p.m. Friday and was packed for the entire afternoon. Saturday was even busier, but on this day, I snuck away from my booth to attend the following talks. And I'm not going to read his full descriptions here because we're covering that in the news. But Kevin Phillipson's and Michael Rywald's Turbo 9 talk was similar in content to the one that they did at CoCo Fest 2022 with a few updates. The definitive Tandy panel, here's the names I keep forgetting. Paul Schreiber, Jerry Heap, Rick Thompson, Steve Mosher, and Kathy Poor. I can't remember how to pronounce her name. This panel described Tandy's history locally to Fort Worth, Texas, in the Northeast U.S. and overseas. Stories were told that related to the color computer, the TRS-80 Z80 line, and the Tandy 2000, 1000, 4000 products, as well as other general electronics devices engineered and sold by Radio Shack. Some interesting insights about FCC requirements regarding RF shielding were revealed by multiple members of the panel. There were some pretty cool stories there from watching it. Boise Pete did his colorful history of the CoCo, which we kind of mentioned a bit in the pre-show. Which covers, stuff about the CoCo, stuff about OS 9, a little bit of Project Green Thumb, then Videotex. That was a pretty good one too. We've kind of seen that. If you read his book, you've got a lot of the description there too. Thomas Cherryholm's FujiNet Future Directions described the goals, history, and future plans for FujiNet. Now, I believe, Mark, you've actually been kind of keeping up, and I think he's getting, somebody donated a CoCo or something so you can actually start running the CoCo board?
Yes, actually, they're doing some initial work. It just showed up on their Discord, and I think it was, who was it that? I think it was Ron. I think Klein. I think had come up with a system for him to use CoCo 2.
Okay. Sunday, he attended Bo Zimmerman's Beyond the BBS Wi-Fi for Old Computers presentation. Described it as another's approaches to connect retro computer systems to the internet, which I think Rick Hewlin might have some stuff to say on too. But he does the Xi modem firmware, which I know David Ladd's familiar with as well, which is basically, kind of doing a fake haze protocol that you can run, standard, CoCo terminal programs to actually access the net and, punch in websites to go to.
Right. We're going with wget.
Note that there are other sessions I would have liked to attend it. However, the rooms reserved for these talks were often overflowing with attendees. In the future, I will make sure I show up earlier for them. That's something I remember doing in Rainbow Fest. At my table, I was demonstrating the follow hardware and software, the Science Fair Microcomputer Trainer, which is the one Nick was asking about, which is a 4-bit TI TMS 1100 CPU Spring terminal kit, similar to the 101 electronics kits from Radio Shack in the 80s. And he's got some links that you can get to there, which I'll probably add to the show notes later on. CoCo 1 and TDP at 100 each with a CoCo VJ installed. Running software from Sheldon McDonald, which is the Treasure Island Defense, Paul Shoemaker, which could be a variety of things, Ed Snyder, myself, and showing VG6 16-color CoCo VJ photos from Ron Delvaux. Yeah. There you got a shout out. These demos were made using flash cartridges by Cloud9 and Retro Innovations, a Sheldon McDonald customized GMC cartridge, Ed Snyder's PSG cartridge, and Darren Atkinson, Ed Snyder's CoCo STC. And then, of course, we're demonstrating the Pi Key 10, which is a USB keyboard Atari joystick adapter for the MC10, and demonstrating software from Paul Shoemaker, Simon Jonason, and Brendan himself. I was using the MCX designs from Darren Atkinson and Ed Snyder for the memory expansion SD card storage. His tier-setting Model 4P that we saw the pictures of there is actually running the Orchestra 90. I think, actually, wasn't it the Orchestra 85 or something was the Model 4? I thought the 90 was just the CoCo one. So remember? I know it was a predecessor to the CoCo one that was for the Model 134, but I thought it was called 85.
Something like that. You're right.
Yeah, there is an 85. There's also Orchestra 90 CC. There may have been an Orchestra 90 no CC.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I just assumed it was from the 85 to the 90 for the CoCo, but I could be wrong. Heaven knows it occasionally happens. Retro Tandy luminaries who showed up at my booth over the weekend to talk for a bit included Paul Schreiber, the person who put artifact colors back into the CoCo at the request of Tandy Quality Control after they were inadvertently designed out during cost reduction redesign. That's mentioned in Boise's book as well. And Mark Siegel popped by, product manager responsible for the CoCo 3. Modern CoCo hackers I had the opportunity to meet. Paul Shoemaker, the author of Ghost Rush, Poker Squares, and V-Poker, amongst other cool games and demos. So he was there in person. And Corey Smith, the basic guru behind gotbasic.com. I'm not familiar with that. Are you guys familiar with him?
Oh yeah, he's active in the Discord. He's been working with the what looks like UG Basic as well. This is Micro Game Basic from Marco Spin. Oh, I can't get his last name right.
Yeah, I know that one. So what is the gotbasic.com? Do you know?
Is a more general basic site from what I looked at.
Okay.
It's an online IDE kind of thing, if I remember.
Because he mentions him specifically as being a CoCo hacker, so I'm not sure what specifically he's referring to. So I met a number of folks from the Austin area, which is about 3.5 hours drive south of Dallas. Tons of YouTubers, including Amy and Taylor. Though he said they were a bit busy to be able to get their attention. They were actually on one of the main panels. People I know from other VCF, CoCo Fest 10, some events, and various luminaries such as Jerry Ellsworth, who was on the same panels, Taylor and Amy and the 8-Bit Guy. I acquired some hardware and books at this fest because I could actually easily lug them home in the van for a change. I know what that feeling's like. Most items were free or cheap. The most expensive item was a working CoCo 2, which still beat eBay prices. He also picked up a CoCo 1 not working, boots up to a blank green screen. CoCo 2 with his favorite melty keyboard. Thanks, Corey. A Tandy 1400 HD non-working laptop. And then books, he got an introduction to My Computers Volume 1, Basic Concepts by Adam Osborne. 8080 is programming for logic design by Adam Osborne. That's the guy behind Osborne Computers, of course. 6800 assembly language programming by Lance Leventhal. Computer algorithms and flowcharting, Silver and Silver. Radio Shack Tier City Application Software Sourcebook Volume 2. This contained a lot of third-party stuff that you could find out about because, of course, Radio Shack didn't sell much third-party stuff themselves, and they made several volumes of this and included CoCo stuff as well. Laboratory Exercises for Digital Computers and Logic Circuits by Tedeschi and Stigliano. Web Security and Commerce by O'Reilly. MySQL and MSQL by O'Reilly, and then a whole bunch of more modern stuff on Visual Basic and HTML, etc. So I'll skip those because we're a retro show. And that's basically the notes he sent me about the show. So it sounded like he had a good time at it. And we'll cover it a bit more when we get into some of the news stories about some of the seminars that were given during the show. But right now, I think we need a break.
Yep. Okay.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCo Nation Show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCo Nation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Dinty's Hideaway, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Grant Leedy, John Boat of Carshaller, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Mike Rayburn, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
WC Bright says, "Hey, I'm Bill B. I am into retro computers of all types, but have just started learning about the CoCo family. I heard about the Discord while attending Boatfest in Hurricane, West Virginia. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
And we're back. We have any more to present, or shall we go into the game on?
Well, I've just posted a question in the chat here. I'm not sure if we should do game on or we should do the acquisition and updates first.
I think we've lost Brian, so.
No,
No, he's
there he
still
is.
there.
I'm here.
Okay. Acquisitions?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the other Brian that left. Brian Schubering, Music Man, had to leave.
Oh, okay.
Too many Marks, too many Brians.
Okay. Invite some of them to.
That's too many too. One. So who all has acquisition updates? I actually have some too, including a live unboxing or unpeeling or something.
Let's see. Brian had something, and I guess we never actually took a head count.
Okay. And Ken, did you want to show any of the stuff you bought, or do you want to wait until?
I'll wait until a video comes out with it.
Okay.
Okay, so till Brian gets ready, Curtis, you want to do yours?
Sure.
Or are you? Yeah,
I'm ready.
fine.
Okay, so first thing is the Boatfest pass that you wear, just to see what it look like. And they have, because they have so many people in their Discord community uses handles, they have two different sections here. One's for your handle or YouTube channel, whatever, and then your actual name. And of course, I'm lazy and boring, so I do both the same. But I believe like Ken's would have said Ken Waters and Canadian Retro Things. One thing, and this is one of the interviews we're trying to line up too, is the author of this. So this is an Avalon Hill game. It came out in 81. It was Avalon Hill's very first game for the CoCo, by William Volk. And he wrote versions for the Model 1 and others too, but he did the CoCo version. But this is the actual original manual from Avalon Hill. There's a scan of this in the archive, and it's got the Tier City Model 1 graphics, which William also wrote. So it's kind of a 3D shoot things and wander the maze type thing. But having the actual original Avalon Hill was kind of cool to pick that up at Boatfest. And that was on the freebie table. Didn't even cost me anything.
Nice. I played a lot of that game.
Yeah, I played a fair bit of it back then too. That and Labyrinth by Aardvark, which is similar in some ways. And then Phantom Slayer came out and I played that all the time. Next one, this was quite a surprise. This was a gift to me from Pajako 6502, Peter, that we showed some of his pictures from Boatfest earlier, but he actually brought me an actual Dragon User magazine from 1984 and sealed in plastic, which I haven't even had a chance to go through yet. So I will. It's already been scanned. You can get copies of these on here, but actually having a physical one, this is the first actual Dragon magazine I own. So, and one thing that surprised me is that the magazines, and I kind of forgot this about the UK, but the magazines are a bit bigger physically, like they're a bit taller and they're a bit wider than standard magazines are here. So it won't fit on my shelf. I tried. It'll actually start to bowl over the top of the thing. So I'm just gonna have to lay it somewhere.
A4 paper.
What's that?
That darn A4.
A4,
paper.
yeah, A4. If you guys have played around with Xerox or photocopying machines, you might see the option for an A4. And the last one here, I don't even know what these look like yet. Ken had mentioned that Brent had cut some of these to put into the wheel for the ARG Presents portion, but basically they were selling these little ARG cards, Series 1, so apparently Brent's planning on doing more. So I'm actually going to open these up because I have not seen these. I have no idea what's in them. I don't see a stick of gum. I'm kind of disappointed.
Chocolate.
So it looks like there's kind of a generic ARG. See if we can get rid of the autofocus here. ARG Series 1. And on this particular one, it says ARG presents the Brent and Amigo Aaron, which is kind of a stylized. It's almost like a 3D rendering using older 3D. This one here is the famous Yeti game that they played. It's an obscure system with an obscure game that they both really, really liked called Yeti. So they. Oh, that's a viewable or not? Probably a little bit blurry. And well, try on the back, which I think's from the game from what I remember. It's been a while since I looked at it. And this is Chez Maxime. This is a French game. I can't remember what the original platform was, but the guy that did the Asteroids port to the CoCo that he originally did for the Spectrum, and Paris Rat ported that version to the CoCo recently. Ported this game. Pardon me?
Asteroids RX.
Yes. So the same programmer is known as Happy Coding X on their chat, and he does live streams of coding machine language for the Spectrum. Actually made a special version of Chez Maxime starring Brent and Aaron. And they got some screenshots from that too. So that was the first time they're actually involved in a video game as characters.
Well, no, Aaron's been in a game. He's an evil pirate.
Yeah, but I think this one came out first, didn't it? You're talking about Mr. Dave's?
Yeah, I'm not sure which one came out first.
And here's another one with Brent and his logo. And that's the natural state of his facial expression whenever Aaron says something live on the show.
Yep.
That looks like Green Mountain Micro guy.
Yeah, Dennis Kits. And then Retro Rewind has their own little card with their website on it. And this one here, ARG presents. I'm not sure what maybe Alan Murphy will be able to recognize what game this is from. I do not recognize it off the top of my head.
No, not that one.
That's the crappy Sega Master System background, though.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't this there playing like the Sega art? They had some really crappy art on some of their original cards. That was part of the deal. And this looks like one of those. Like it looks like a 2-year-old drew it. I remember Aaron actually mentioned that during the show. And this one, Attack of the Podcast, ARG presents Voice Enhanced. So this is kind of a more modern Matrix-y style. With glow-in-the-dark glasses, which you can only assume must mean they're 3D. They must be playing Warp Fighter 3D or something. So there's my little unboxing. And other than that, I bought or I didn't buy, actually, I got gifted like I mentioned the fact that I really like Payday bars and you can't get them up in Canada. So they have these little mini ones and they bought me a big bag and I had to stuff that into my carry-on luggage to carry it across. But still eating those. Those are awesome.
At least they didn't seize them at the border as an illegal import.
No, if they were liquid, they probably would have. That's shampoo. You can't carry that on the plane. So
those are a big hit in the pool.
Well,
those got no chocolate.
Yeah, it's got no chocolate, so it doesn't look right for that.
Right.
Because they're basically just salted peanuts over top of a center sweet thing, which is like a nut. What's the other one called? A nut roll or something is the other one in some other states?
Oh, yeah. What do they call it? Yeah.
There's a couple of different ones I've seen.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I was heartbroken because I bought one of those and it had no chocolate on it.
Yeah, which actually I prefer because I like chocolate, but not all the time. So this is a peanut caramel bar. So
well, and now that they don't use real chocolate for chocolate anymore, I much
we
prefer
do
something. Well, yeah, I know.
That's why you guys have me keep importing them.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Anyway, that's all I had to show. Some of the stuff from Boatfest. When Ken gets his video up, he can pop on and maybe highlight some of the stuff too, if or just show the video. But he got a lot more than I did. Let's put it that way.
Okay, Brian, you're up.
Okay, got a couple of things to show you guys here today. Mostly kind of board related. Kind of had a little spree of some board stuff here, so I thought I'd kind of share some of these. Some interesting things, something that I saw on this one here that kind of caught my eye, but maybe you guys can help me identify it because it's definitely not CoCo. So let me switch my camera here and you'll see what I'm talking about. Whoops. Okay, this you guys do know. So it's a CoCo 1 board that I picked up from a gentleman. He was I got a couple different boards from him.
That looks like an older one. Is it a D or an E?
This is a D.
Okay.
Yep. This
I recognize the covering part of the chips in the RAM.
Yep. Yeah. So this would be a D board here, and he didn't have the transformer for it. So I reached out to him to see if maybe he had the transformer. There's every once on eBay you'll see people selling just the boards, and sadly, in some cases it's a case of where the board is the case was really yellowed, so they thought they would just gut it and sell the parts, and not realizing that we would probably still buy it. You know, if the board, even if the case was bad, we'd probably still buy it at the right price. But there's people out there that will go and part a CoCo and sell the individual pieces, the keyboards and stuff like that. And in some cases, I understand why. I bought a board one time where the case was destroyed. I mean, literally, the guy had showed me pieces of it, and it was like, yeah, just destroyed. And so at least he salvaged some of the parts out of it. In this case here, I was chatting with the seller, and he was kind of a collector himself back in the day. I'm sure he probably wouldn't mind me mentioning his name, James Schaefer. I don't know if that sounds familiar to anybody at all, James Schaefer.
Not to me.
Okay. He said he had kind of a collection, and he had to move, and to save space, he took all the boards out of all of his machines and saved just the boards. And now he's gotten older, and he's selling all the pieces and stuff like that. So I happened to buy a couple of his boards and stuff like that. So this was one of them. This is a D board. But what kind of caught my eye with the board, and his picture was not good enough, but I bought the board anyway. So let me go ahead and take the cover off here, and you'll see what I'm talking about. See if you guys, something jumps out at you guys.
There's no can.
Well, it's got the ceramic CPU.
Ceramic CPU.
A ceramic CPU, and I haven't tried firing it up though. But the numbers on the CPU, it does say Motorola, but and I could try to zoom in here
like
a little
an
bit.
A09?
Let's see if I can. Oops. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here.
It looks like it's got a composite mod on there too.
Where's the RF can?
It's underneath the
It's
composite
right there,
mod.
Ron.
Oh, it wasn't covered.
The camera's
No
not going to
cap on it.
focus. Focus, damn you!
Oh, it's here. Let me. There we go. Let me see if I can get this thing to focus here. Just a second. Let me zoom in a little bit here. They're gonna focus. It's probably
Everything
hard to
but the
see.
part you want to
Getting
show
closer.
us.
Getting closer.
Anyway, so it says it's on the top. It says Motorola, and it says it's a CS or SC 8400L. There's also a T6M 8043, or the bottom number says it's an 8040809. So I haven't been able to find anything out about it to see if it was some sort of a version of the 6809, or
I
my
wonder
fear
if
is
that's a Tandy number.
Yeah, because they
maybe.
sold a
No,
few in
this
the
is-
early days that they had that Tandy branding thingy.
Really?
Let's see where it says it's a D board.
Yeah, because I know a lot of the funky ceramic chips like that will have strange part numbers because they aren't really the chip yet. So
Yeah,
that could be really cool.
I think
So
Richard Lobieski showed us one of these on that Seaboard he had.
Okay. So
I don't know if it's the
yeah,
exact same number, but similar.
I haven't
I
a chance
have-
to fire it up though, but go ahead.
I have an AMD 6809.
Okay.
That's cool.
Where does it
So-
say it's a D board?
What's that?
Right by the
Board?
cartridge port there. Yeah, right where it's
here.
pointing.
Can we see it? No. Nope.
Let's see here if it's going to come into focus there.
Yeah, it'll be number dash
I
D upside down.
it's probably upside down, but right there is where it says the. I have a hard time trying to see where I'm pointing at there, and it's in there though. But that's where it says.
There
Yep.
is.
So yeah, this is what kind of caught my eye with the board. He didn't have the transformer for it, so but I have an extra transformer I can use with it. This does have a composite mod of some sort, and it looks like there's a lot of wires here. Some of it might have been for a RAM upgrade. This still has that. It has that Tandy RAM in it, where it has the TC on the RAM there. So it has that original Tandy RAM, which is kind of cool. It has a 6822 and a 6821 in it. Here's the 6883, the processor, and our the 6847.
Yeah, and it has extended basic too, because it's both ROMs.
Both ROMs in there. So yep. So it's
So
probably
64?
probably been expanded to 64, and that's probably what some of these jumpers are here for.
Yeah, there's some trace cuts involved with the D board. So do you see any trace cuts in the bottom?
It
bodge
has
wires down
it has a shield on it, and it always has kind of this extra. I don't know what this is. If this is something he did, or if this was something that I've never seen before, but it was kind of a weird shield that was there. I'm not sure what.
Probably would have went under the keyboard.
Trying to remember if I had that in mind. I might have.
That's a manufactured part, so no one just made it.
Okay.
Yeah. I think those holes should line up with the keyboard posts.
Oh, to where
Right.
okay, to where this sat like this here under
Right,
the.
because they kind of overdid the FCC shielding at first.
Well, they kind of had to if you watch the VCF thing. They explain
okay.
about getting that process done.
So that's what they did to do it. They double did it and shielded it and put a shield over the shield.
Yeah, because the original keyboards had the phenolic back, not the metal back.
Right.
So the keyboard became a nice little antenna.
Yeah, and if everybody remembers too, the Model 1 utterly failed. It was actually, they said there's no way to cheaply get it to work, so they kind of just gave up on trying to get it FCC approved after the standard came in.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so I thought it was kind of a nice little board. So yeah, I'm gonna see if I have, like I said, I haven't a chance. I'll have to pull a transformer out and see if this thing actually fires up or not. So
Is it really as clean as it looks like?
yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
From here, it looks new. You could have got this out of a bag.
Yeah, I mean, there's little bits of dust here and there, but overall, it's very clean. Yes. Yep.
So the bottom still has the shield on it?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, Rick. As to your point there, yes, I've seen much worse. So yeah. So there's that one, and then there's another board I got from him. Let me bring that one up here. Here we are. And this one I did manage to get the transformer from him. I bought this first, but then he had this CoCo 1 board, and I asked if he had the transformer for this, and he said he did, so he sent that to me as well. So he had
Good
Nice.
multi-pack.
just a multi-pack for it. So
Yeah,
whoops, do I have this here?
First version.
More importantly, a multi-pack that can always be fixed. No matter what happens to it, you can get the parts, you can fix it, unlike the little ones.
Right, because it has all the logic, and then all you got is the power up here. So
Right, which you can burn yourself. So yeah.
right, and then he did have the transformer, which would set about right here. So,
Woohoo.
so that might be kind of fun to. I was looking to see here. Did he? What if he just clipped the wires? I'm not sure if he clipped the wires for where the transformer where the 110 would go in. Because aren't they usually on a post?
Yeah, I believe so. If you flip it over, I think.
Oh, here it is. Yep, here we are.
Yeah,
Right here.
there they
Yep,
are.
maybe go right here. Yep, go right there. It was right in front of me there. So yep. So yeah, I mean, there should be no reason why you can't fire this up. So.
Well, that's ready
Oh,
for
and
repack.
What's that?
While
That's
we're
ready
on the
for
topic,
repack.
someone asked about a large multi-pack case, and I lost the reference.
That would be me. I dropped you a message about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yep.
I'll send you one because that'll fix that.
Okay. Okay, so then he actually had one more board that he was selling, and this one here really has a interesting, let's see here, let me get this all kind of untangled here. Okay. This one here is kind of an interesting set of wires here. Just a second. Let me get this all untangled here. Here we go. I just don't want anything to fall apart on it. Let me try to put it up here, then I'll have to straighten it all out. This one here had this one had a bodge-a-thon on it, I think is what he had going on here. So he
Goodness.
really hacked this up. Let me get this all untangled here just a second.
Dude.
There we go. There we go. Okay. So here's the transformer or the power supply for it. But it looks as though, and I haven't quite figured this out yet. I was kind of studying this one. This is a CoCo 2 board. I do love the gold top. This has that ceramic that we're talking about with the TC on it. These are really cool. Let me flip this around so it makes more sense to you guys. Here we go.
Well, it looks like you've got couple of different mods there.
Yeah. So
one of them looks like almost like the 12-volt add-on to run the old disk controllers or something.
Yeah, this one here. This is a computer wear. this was a Computer Bear audio video mod that piggybacks on top of your 6847 right here, or it goes into the same socket. So your 6847 goes on
like a
top of this
reverse
one.
mod or something.
Yeah. So, and he actually, let's see, where's it at here? In the mail here, he actually mailed me this just the other day. Afterwards, he found the instructions that went with it. The Video Plus monitor driver, the Video Plus board there. So it shows all the instructions and everything on how to.
Well, does it say what it does?
It's just a composite output and audio output for the color computer.
Yeah, it adds composite audio video out instead of just RF.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder why they would put the chip, you know.
Well, you don't have to rip out your video cans on this mod. Like you
Yeah,
had
it's
to
just a
do
little
on
satellite board.
live-
Your RF's still there. You can still use your RF, I would assume.
Right.
Well, I
so
have-
so Ron, on the previous board I showed, you saw you saw all those red and yellow wires there that were going over and tapping different points around the board. Here, they're tapping it from the video chip itself and then generating the video signal here. If I'm saying that correctly.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense.
And I haven't had a chance to read the instructions, but this does have a little toggle switch right here. And this toggle switch goes to the board, and I haven't had a chance to read it yet. But I'm wondering if maybe this might have been like an inverse video, maybe.
Could be.
Black and
That was a
white
common
color.
switch.
I have a composite on mine, and it has a black and white switch.
Okay.
Could be. Yeah, to get that clearer text for serious black and white. Yeah.
But mine has just a tiny board that's on the motherboard there, laying there, and it's all hooked up to inside the can, and without taking the can off.
Cool.
So then there's also this board here, and this looks like this is homemade. This is using just a Radio Shack perf board.
Yeah, I think
and
Curtis
the-
was right. That's a 12-volt supply.
Right, the big white wire is feeding the 12-volt line on the cartridge port directly. So
Yeah, because then you could run the X pad, you could run the original disk controllers and a few other things that do not run without 12 volts.
Right.
Right.
Yep, because this is a 12-volt transformer here, and it comes right over here, and it taps into this cap over here. Because I think this is a 12-volt regular voltage regulator right here. So, but then yes, it's coming over here to feed the 12 volts there. But I'm wondering though, could this be in place of the circuit? If you're feeding the 12 volts, does this regulate down and give you your 12, or this give you 12 volts, but would it also give you the?
that transformer's not big enough to feed the whole CoCo. That transformer can only do the 12-volt work.
So would this maybe be piggybacked on top of the transformer?
Well, that's not where the transformer used to be, I bet. And the transformer is remoted on the end of a wire outside of the CoCo now. Is that what's going on?
Well, that's what I'm kind of wondering right here, because this has been, these wires are clipped up. Oh, you know what? Yep, I just noticed something. You're exactly right. Right here's the transformer. Let's see if this will come into focus.
That's where he fed the 120 volts to that small transformer.
To
Right
that
here?
little guy with
See these
the
right here?
mat.
There's two little white wires right here that have been cut. Right here and right there.
Ah, so he's taking half of the 18 volts and yeah, okay.
Right
that
there.
makes
This
sense.
has been right here. Yep.
That's on the 110 side.
But it's-
Right. That's correct, because this transformer takes 110 and this is a 120 volt to
Oh, beauty.
12 volt.
To 12 volts, and there you go. You got
I
all
wonder
your
if it
power.
was low enough to fit on underneath the keyboard.
Did he need that because
Oh,
he had
right.
an older
If you
disk
turn it
controller?
around, yeah, and put the transformer sort of under the motherboard, then maybe the real transformer fits in the spot where it belongs.
I mean, this might have sat over here like this, maybe, or
Well, no,
something. under the
if you
keyboard.
slide it under the regulator, kind of. You know,
Oh.
imagine you kind of stuff that under the keyboard somehow and then put the real transformer in its regular hole. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
don't
just
know.
depends on the height. If the height of that other transformer, if it'll
Why
fit
did he
on the
need it?
keyboard.
Because he had a 12-volt disk controller, maybe.
Right.
Could have.
Or an X pad, like the graphics tablet that required 12 volts too. Some of the earliest third-party hardware required 12 volts as well.
Even serial ports.
The CoCo 2 doesn't have that metal shield around the transformer, so it could have just sat on top of the transformer.
Oh, right. Just kind of toss it up there and call it a day.
Yeah. Well, because that board's too big to fit on that hole right there where the case was. So
Yeah, it
must have-
doesn't really fit now that you mention it.
So
they probably stuffed it under the keyboard.
there's no way to tell what model that came out of, right? 26 dash
that's
what?
That's a 3027 board.
It is?
Yeah, that's original CoCo 2 board.
With really nice
American
old
made.
parts.
It's the Rev B of the board. So yeah. So yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. And then along with that, let's see here, where's it at here? I think it's in the box here. He threw this in there. It must have been just laying around. There's a Tandy Raider Shack part there. This is the
joystick potential.
Oh, those are cool. I made a lot of things with those.
So I thought that was kind of, he just must have just been grabbing some random parts. And then the one thing that was really cool that was with it, and it didn't
there's
connect.
more?
Yeah, it didn't connect to it because you can see this has the edge card. He had one of these guys set in the box.
Oh, a Mark Data Products keyboard.
Oh, that would have went with that CoCo 1 board you got.
It's very possible. I agree with you on that one.
Look at the edge connector where it plugs in. Does it have the double row pins?
No, it is. It has the row of pins where the
that's for the CoCo 1, the original CoCo 1 keyboards.
Right. Yep. But he had sent it along.
Yeah, but if you pull the adapter off, it'll fit in there.
Yeah, they did that so they adapted to both, but the D and E boards had the header pin connector, if I remember correctly. The D for sure did. I can't remember if the E did.
Right.
So, but
the F board switched to the ribbon cable.
I do love these keyboards, though. They're cool.
I think I've got one of those.
Which, by the way, I have just released a key fix for the F-board ribbon cable keyboard.
There's a comment in the chat here from Waylon. He said that's a Dragon keyboard, and I think they both were sourced from the exact same spot, so they are basically the same keyboard. That was one of the best feeling keyboards.
This was the Dragon? Is that what they're saying?
Well, the same keyboard, whatever keycaps they are, is the exact same as the Dragon ended up picking.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So yeah, that was all that I got from that gentleman there. And then let's see, let me kind of clean my mess up here a little bit. I got a few more board related items here to share with you guys here. Let's see.
Oh, don't worry, we're not bored yet.
You need some 1 gallon Ziploc baggies. You just put them in the 1 gallon baggies. And
yeah, there you go. Where's it at? Okay, so another board that I bought a while back here, and this one is this one's an E version. This one actually works. I've powered this one up already. Whoops, is it in focus here? There we go. It's just a nice clean board. Let's see here.
Missing the extended ROM, looks like, though.
Yeah, it might be missing the extended ROM there. Unless this here, what chips are we got here? But there's no, the jumper's not over here for the, that's not the right jumper. There it is.
There should be jumpers for 41632K for RAM.
So there's a jumper on it, and it says 4 or 16, and the jumper's on.
What's the chips that it's on what RAM chips it got on it?
It's the Tandy RAM. It's the, boy, get these old eyes here to focus here.
I bet you there's 16Ks.
Focus, damn you.
Let's see here. SCM 90072, or it's the 8040016.
Yep. So those are 16Ks, and which would go along with not having extended basic.
Okay. And with this one here, I do have.
No, I'm trying to remember, Mark B. You might remember this better than me, but didn't the E board have the 32K jumper too? I thought it was just the D's at the 416s.
I'm not sure on E boards probably didn't, but it was, of course, the earlier ones had that high-low jumper like that one does right there.
Yeah, because E-board was the first one where 32K became fairly easy. Like it was like stock from Tandy. That's when they started selling 30K machines, I thought.
Yeah, because you had the half bad 64, so you had the high-low jumper.
Right.
Oh, yeah, and this one, and I did have the transformer with this one here too. So, and this one's fairly clean. This one actually has a little more dust on it, Rick, than the other one did. So, but it still looks awfully clean though.
Yeah, so that Mark Data keyboard you have would fit that one or that first one you showed us.
Correct. Yeah, with the header pins right there. Right.
Right.
Yep. So yeah, but this was another one here. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember. I think this was the one that had the crushed case that he was selling the insides to it. Let's see. That was over there. So one more thing here. Let's see. Along this. This is a project I'm kind of working on. There's a guy out there on eBay selling them, and not that these are difficult to make, but somebody was making them, so I went ahead and picked up a couple of them. This would allow you to take your 3.5-inch floppies, which have the pin row, and then go to the edge card connector. I mean, it's an easy enough project to make, but the guy was selling these cheap enough and nice little cards, so I picked up a couple of those for a future project.
The original Tandy ones also had a resistor pack on it for pull-ups.
Oh, okay.
Because the kit also contained the 6822 to upgrade the 21, so you had to have the pull-ups.
Oh, okay. This is it says 34 pin floppy, and then it does have like the different.
So that's the floppy connector.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep, this is the floppy connector. Did I say disk drive? I'm sorry if I did. I meant floppy drive.
No, I actually thought you were still on keyboards.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, changing channels here, Mark. Sorry. So, yeah.
So get your 3.5-inch drive into your Tandy cable without.
Without hacking things up.
Those are handy for a GoTech.
Right. And then I've been wanting to buy one of these for a little while, just as a project there. Ian Maverick sells these out there. It's his the floppy drive controller that he sells.
Yeah, the 502 clone, basically.
Yep, it has all the chips there and everything. So then he sends
gold plated, right?
Gold plated, yep, and has all the resistors and everything. So and then it has an instructions that come with it. So he's been selling them for a long time. Just never really got around to buying one. I decided to go ahead and pick one up there. So
where do you get this? Do we have that available?
it's on. Well, he's been selling them on eBay for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, he's from Australia, so
right.
He also makes Australia 2-pack as well.
Right. So pick that up. Let's see.
We have a lot of cool stuff coming out of Australia.
Yeah, except for Neutroid. I'm just making sure Nick's awake.
Oh, another thing I'm going to switch channels, and then I got one more thing that I'm kind of hoping maybe you guys can help me mystery with. This is something else the guy had thrown. The guy that I got those boards from. This is unfortunately kind of a sad affair for a deluxe joystick. It's missing the little crown on top of the joystick, and some of the buttons are busted out there. But he sent me a message saying he was going to throw one half of the DIN plugs missing, but he said maybe I can use it for some parts or something. So, I guess.
Well, there's 3D printed versions of those things on the bottom for springs centered and free float.
Yep. And it wouldn't be difficult to replace this, but.
Yeah, I've got a scrap joystick. I've got a big box full of scrap joystick parts. So that's.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it's better than the trash.
Workable.
Yep.
And then you'll have a workable one again.
Right.
Yeah. The STLs for the switches, I think, are both on Thingiverse, and I think a person on Facebook, was it been now 3 years ago, posted them in the Facebook channel, because we covered that once before, and it was both the arms. But the thing is after dealing with Mikey, there's like 3 or 4 different versions of the arms for the deluxe joysticks. So. And Mikey found that out the hard way because he had me print up some and I sent them to him and they didn't work in his deluxe. So.
Oh no. Yeah, the mechanism seems to be working fine. The little tab that you use to flip here, is that part out there as a printable piece?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully the tab is what broke and not the post that kind of holds it in.
Right. So I haven't tore it apart, but I mean, if anything, got a replacement switch and whatever. So
new pots and the whole thing.
And then the other day, John Linville had posted a link to a YouTube video that was basically highlighting the Sega Joypad that he was involved with, that project there back in the day. And it was an older video of about 7 years ago. And it was a video that Atari Leaf had done. And although the video pertains to the Sega Joypad, he starts the video out by highlighting a couple CoCo joysticks. The Black Beauty joystick we're all familiar with, the Deluxe joystick, and the pistol grip. Well, the fourth one that he shown was one that looked like this.
At the N, I don't think it was called
Well,
Endicott or something, maybe.
Well, it's the Commander
okay.
Deluxe is what it was called, and he said it was a kind of a unique one for the CoCo. And so, of course, I perked up on this, and I started doing a little bit of searching, and I did find this one out on eBay, but it's not a CoCo. It was, your Atari Commodore type. And so I started doing some searching, and I looked in Rainbow, looked for information online. I have not found any reference, because there were a lot of manufacturers out there that made joysticks that all looked the same, like the Kraft joystick that looks like our Deluxe joystick.
Well, it's made by Kraft, so it would make sense.
Right. Right. But it's made by Kraft, but the same body of the joystick looks the same, but they made connectors for that would work for Atari. They made connectors for Apple. They made connectors for the CoCo. And I'm assuming that this would be a similar situation. But I haven't been able to find it. So I went ahead and bought this one on eBay. And when I took it apart, it does have the same sort of adjustments like what the Deluxe has, where you can adjust the centering and things like that. And inside is a pair of 120K pots. And so it really would not be very difficult to mod this to work with the CoCo. And so I guess I'm just kind of reaching out to the community, through this channel. I may drop a post on Facebook as well. If anybody does remember seeing this for the CoCo, or is it possible that the guy that was on Atari Leaf maybe had one, but it had been modded? So
probably the latter, I guess, because the only joystick I remember a CoCo manufacturer selling that even looked remotely like this is the Endicott. That was available about 82, 83, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So
one thing
question,
I thought was, go ahead.
Does that Commander thing lift up? There's like an obvious stick your thumb in it and open it. No, that's just a weird thing.
I think it looks like I can see a little gap around here. So this might have been maybe just a snap in, like maybe
different configuration or something. There might be something else there,
or different brand name depending on what machine it was for, maybe.
Or another
maybe it lights
joystick.
Now there was one thing that I thought interesting, and there's a switch right here, and what you can't see is it says left and right. And so when I opened the case, it became very relevant what they did. So you can see here we have two buttons on this side and a pair of buttons on this side. And essentially,
lefties and righties.
Right. When you flip the switch, it either makes these buttons active or these buttons active. It's just a double throw, double pull switch that's underneath here. And so when you flip it to the one side, then these are your left and right, and or your not your left and right, your right buttons, and this would be your left buttons. So if you flip the switch, these would be inactive, and you can only use it this way. And it's not too uncomfortable, to play this way, or if you hold it like this.
Get a screwdriver in that slot.
I haven't. This feels a little uncomfortable to try to hold it. Unless maybe you hold it like this, maybe you could go like this with your thumb. It just
so you can't use it the easy way, which would be thumb on the left button and forefinger on the right button, and then grab your joystick with the other hand. Well, no, because you could. If you
I'm wondering, is this designed to be a dual button joystick with left and right, or is it meant to be a single button joystick where you can hold it as a joystick
ways.
or with your thumb on the side button as an individual single button joystick?
Right. The way that it's wired, these and the switch, these would be active or these would be active, the way it's wired inside.
But are they both active at the same time as two different buttons, or are they just the same button, basically?
No, they are two different buttons.
Oh,
okay. In the video, he references a 6-pin DIN. So this would work on your, as a deluxe joystick would.
So the only way you can't set it up is the way I would want to, which the button on the next to the C is my thumb, and the button next to the R is my forefinger, and then I'm working the joystick part with my right hand.
Oh, I see. You're talking like that.
Yeah, left hand for buttons, right hand for the joystick, right?
Right, and that way that's the only way you can't set it up with their switch.
Right. So, but I just thought it was an interesting one. I'd never seen it before, and
cool.
So, and it would not be difficult. I need to check the wiring to see, but it looks essentially it's wired up the same way as the Deluxe would be, meaning a voltage divider is how they wire it up inside there. So
Now, since it has the Atari joystick connector, do you know if it's a potentiometer like an analog, or is it pure digital?
I believe it's analog, and although a lot of your Atari joysticks are are switches and stuff like that, so I don't know how that would work with an Atari, other than
paddle.
If it's in the middle, if it's anything less than 5 volts, it perceives it as you haven't pressed it, and so when you go this way here, what's
I think
that?
Bob's got it. I think it picks up on the paddles.
Oh, it's the paddle controller.
They use a separate line for the paddle signals.
Because those are analog. Yeah.
Can't you find info on the internet for that brand?
No, I found some information, but every reference is for Atari, Commodore, that type of thing. Any of them that would have used this type of connector. I haven't found any reference to the color computer for this yet. So that's why I'm kind of thinking that, as I'm thinking that somebody hacked it.
Well, the paddles are different connectors on that DIN, so you could figure it out pretty quick. That's cool.
Right. So I really hate to modify anything though, but if I can definitively find out that there was never a CoCo version of it, it might be kind of fun to
we'll make an adapter.
Build an adapter. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to look at that to see, because it might be a chance where I could do an adapter and route the right pins to the right ones. But if it's not wired up internally correctly for a voltage divider, it's not going to, the CoCo is not going to.
I'm pretty sure if it's wired as a paddle controller for Atari, I think you're good.
Okay.
It probably is.
Are there any controllers that would have batteries in it?
The joystick port on a CoCo has the 5 volts that it requires.
Well, that's the problem, is the voltage in a joystick is a reference, so you can't really use batteries because they don't hold the voltage. So
Yeah, the only joystick or the only CoCo controller I remember that used the joystick, or sorry, used a battery, was the Dicom Master System phaser light adapter. That did require a 9-volt battery.
So wouldn't the Atari paddle be a single rheostat? And
Well, yeah, but they had two paddles. But there were two paddles connected to one connector on that system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one on the X, one on the Y, right?
I'd get a screwdriver in that slot.
The later Apple IIs had that jack too.
Okay.
You get a screwdriver in that slot.
But they were strictly resistance, and they weren't wired as the voltage divider, 150K ohm.
Oh, okay.
So you had it open, right?
Yeah, I took the screws out the back of it.
So there isn't any holder for a battery under that.
No.
thing. Okay. That answers that.
Nope. Yep. The wires come into the side right here, and then they just they break out and go to the different points inside.
You think there was a right-handed one?
Well, that's what the switch. That's what we were talking about here. Is that
if it came as a pair, was the other one in the pair
right?
The opposite plan.
What do you mean?
With the bulge on the other side.
With the bulge on the wrong side.
I don't know. There is a number of photos out there on the internet that I found, and they all look like this. So anyway, I just thought it was an interesting one. I picked this one up pretty reasonably, and
I'm guessing it was a hack job to get on the CoCo. I don't remember seeing this anywhere for the CoCo.
Yeah, I didn't find anything in the Rainbow. I haven't dug any further, but I didn't find any reference in the Rainbow magazine at all. So
what's the picture of the above the end?
It's just looks like a person holding a mini version of the joystick. It's kind of hard to see, but there's a
naked man or something.
Yeah.
You think they'd have a duck on there?
It was the 80s.
Commander.
It looks like David Ladd sitting in his room surrounded by a bunch of computer stuff that they are representing with letters here, so he has no place to sleep.
Oh yes.
Oh, now you started him.
Right on the person's knee. They're kind of sitting here, and then right on the tip of their knee, you can see there's kind of a long, thin little white spot, which I'm assuming would be a mini representation.
Is he actually using a joystick?
Yes, he is. And he's holding it. He's holding it like this. Look, he's holding it with his fingertips. Is what it looks like. It's kind of hard to tell, but look, they're holding it like this.
Next topic.
Yeah, I believe Nick was making an innuendo there.
Oh,
Nick,
yeah.
Nick, bad Nick. Bad Nick.
On to the news.
No, we still got to do Game On Challenge yet.
Yes, Nick has a 5-minute timeout period right now. So anyway, that was the last thing I wanted to show. I was hoping maybe someone might be like, "Oh yeah, I remember that one." That's what I was kind of hoping for, but
I do
anyway.
not.
Nope,
You,
not me.
you have succeeded in flummoxing us all.
There you go. Very good. Well, that's all I have to share with you today, gentlemen.
Okay.
And thank you for everybody's input on everything. So
That's fine.
All right. Ken, you awake?
Nope.
Nope, I'm not.
Okay. Well, we go on to the news then.
All right. I'll wake up.
Okay. Here we go. Or do we need a commercial break first?
Or do
one.
the Game On Challenge then, the
That would be a
commercial
good
break?
idea.
Yeah, do the break
Okay.
before the news because the news has actually got a fair bit in it. So
Okay.
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Kicks, and we had a total of 16 players. Sort of. In 15th we had Canadian Retro Things with 4537. Mark B, 6659. Ed Rhodes, 8481. Sabhead, 9227. Shenley, 10,891. Coconut Bob, 11,104. Fred Provencha, 11,162. Sloopy Malibu, 12,110. L. Curtis Boyle, 13,065. Mr. Dave, 6309, 13,439. Mr. Evil Dead, 13,616. Jim Rye, 15,357. Brian Walsh, 16,888. Buck Owens, 20,263. And the number one score this week was Tasman with 29,302. But wait, you say, I said there was sort of 16 players? But this is only 15 players. Well, you see, there was another person that submitted a score this week, and that was 8-Bits in the Basement with a score of 15,856. Unfortunately, that score was on the wrong game. You see, he was playing Quicks, not Kicks. So he gets first place on the wrong game. Well, thanks everybody that played this week, and we'll see you all again next week.
Good result.
That's one way to win.
yeah, there's Spectral Associates versus the Tomix version.
Oh, man, he already revealed what this week's game's going to be.
I did? No, I didn't.
No, the Quicks.
You got it, Mark.
I think we did Quicks already, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I I just saw Peter's thing. Yay, I won something.
Actually, we're going to be talking about him in the news too. He was on guesting on another podcast that mentioned the CoCo a few times. Well, we'll get to that news. I mean, go ahead, Ken. Sorry.
All right. So with Kicks, I kind of had to look through stuff. I couldn't find any articles or reviews of it or anything. So, yeah, I don't know what people thought of it at the time. I thought it was a pretty good version of Quicks, but it had its problems with a few times that your guy seemed to get stuck in the middle of nowhere. And I know, Curtis, you were complaining about how there's no fast or slow moving. It's just one speed.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying compared to the original, I must say.
But I mean, it certainly looked a lot like the original. So,
Yeah, it looked closer than the Spectral one for sure.
And I did find that the energy thing in this game certainly sometimes would get pretty darn big on the screen and make it almost impossible to escape it. But I don't know. What did anybody else that played it think of the game? Anybody?
On Quicks?
The
Couldn't
main
figure out how to
complaint,
do that inverted T thing.
right? The main complaint I heard was apparently you can get 1 pixel off and get yourself stuck.
That happened to me
Yeah.
on the live stream.
I think
Yeah,
that's
that
what I
happened to
heard.
me a couple of times.
Yeah, like you end up with going back on yourself and then you're stuck because you can't back up.
Yeah.
And they can't kill you either, so you're really stuck. Like the game just goes perpetual forever, and then you
Oh,
just
I
have
don't
to
know.
hit
It
reset.
killed me every time I did that.
Yeah.
Nope. They would go around me every time because I was stuck and couldn't move, and they couldn't get close enough to hit me, so they just kept wandering around.
Yeah, you were like.
Oh,
right
usually what
into
happened when I
the-
got stuck is the little thing would form at the back of my tail and come out and zap me.
The fuse.
The fuse, that's the thing. Yeah, you know, that thing.
That fuse-like thing.
Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. Does
I don't
anybody have any tips or tricks about this game? Or I didn't play it quite enough to figure out any tips or tricks, but I did see Buck Owens was it Buck Owens put in the thing about
Yes.
how to trap the sparks?
Yeah, that was what I was going to mention. Was on the Discord there was a cool little illustration of where you can place. I believe it's like under the P and under the E in players, where you can build little boxes that will help trap the sparks there, so you can work on clearing up the rest of the board less bothered.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to try that, but does anybody else have anything to add to that?
I think Curtis pretty much summed up the issues with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not too much more to say on that.
I mean, even
visually,
though
it definitely
had
looks closer to the arcade. It's
even though it had a few issues, it was still a lot of fun to play.
Yeah.
Good gameplay, yeah, overall, without the getting stuck.
Yeah, which I mean, that was just annoying sometimes,
Yeah.
especially if you were having a really good game.
I will mention that Dave Veer in the chat here mentioned that I think he had said it's his favorite version of Kicks on the CoCo. So,
And it's always been a patience game in the arcade. You have to kind of balance greed and patience so that you can stay ahead of the fuse and the sparks, but not jump out too far and get actually run into by the kicks. So
that's why I suck at this game. I fail on both those points.
yeah, you just have to have a little bit of patience and, time the moves. I've seen some of them where they build lots of little tiny small boxes, just kind of there's almost like they've got a rhythm or a timing, like a music in their head, where they're just building a little box, to something going on that they're repeating in their themselves, and they just work their way halfway across the board, and then one little tiny line, and suddenly you've completed the whole thing.
So it's a good game for people with obsessive compulsive disorder.
Just keep swimming, keep swimming. Yes.
There
keep
you go.
swimming.
And so the other game that we were playing this week was Jacks or Better Poker from
Paul Shoemaker.
Paul Shoemaker, yeah.
And this one, you're allowing the MC10 version and the CoCo 1.2 version and the brand new released yesterday CoCo 3 version, correct?
Sure. Mark's the one that announced the game, so it's all up to him.
Oh, okay.
It was actually the chat that picked it.
Chosen by the chat.
Oh, chosen by the chat. Okay, chat. Are we allowing all three versions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. We've got a yes. So yes, we are.
Why, yes, we are.
Don't say we're not a democratic show.
Yeah, play games, have fun.
Who voted
So I mean, that
Win
is
fake money
basically
and no prizes.
That game is basically just poker. So if you know how to play poker and
the video poker style like you see in casinos and stuff.
you need a pair of jacks or better, you get one chance to change any number of cards that you want, and
the more you bet, the more coins you bet, the bigger the payout proportionally. It's like a geometric scale rather than a arithmetic.
And
I've
no
noticed the
Alice
challenge.
version.
By the way,
I've
Mr.
noticed-
Dave is asking, there's an Alice version, I hope. I'm pretty sure the MC10 version works in the Alice, does it not?
It might,
should.
but we didn't translate it. You got to just figure it out yourself, all you poor French-speaking people.
It's not in French though, so yeah, the Alice probably won't run it.
Yeah, it's not allowed in Quebec. It only comes in one language.
Right, it's against the law in some places.
I've noticed on the Game On Challenge on the channel in Discord that there's been some hints already on playing poker about how to do your betting.
Buck send a PDF with some strategies specifically for video poker style game, like that type of rules.
Yeah, so
I
if you
just
wanna
keep
play it,
betting until I'm
then-
broke.
Yep.
That's my strategy.
See, I'm way ahead of you there, Ken, because I just start off broke and I don't play.
Well, you turn the game on, you automatically got 100. Although so far my
Oh,
highest
sorry, I
score is
thought you were talking
0.
about real life.
So just post that as a screenshot, and you're at least ahead of where you're going to end up minutes later.
Well, my only
What I
screenshot I got so far is 0. So
By the way, 8 Bits in the basement in the chat there says that worked for me. He's talking about the Alice version, but maybe I was playing the wrong game again.
Yeah. Is there a strip poker for the MC10? Dun 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 dun.
There's for the CoCo 3. It's included with 1990 AV if you're of that.
No, guys.
Selection.
No. Bad guys. No.
that will not be on the Game On Challenge. Don't
What?
worry.
This is a family-friendly show. There will be no strip poker. No. Bad.
Well, I've got a
You know,
I've got a great idea
Hey,
for the next
David.
time we have to pick.
David,
Oh, chat.
we can modify strip poker because it has hard-coded names of the various scenes as the people undressed. We can just change that to be a CoCo, CoCo 1 picture, then the front covers off on the second one, and the RF shields off on the third. You could have it stripped down to the bare motherboard.
David
How's that?
Landis just put his name on it.
Oh no! If
Actually,
you're
for
going to do that
David-
route, you got to do it with floppy drives. You got
That's
to
what I
take
was
the
just gonna
cover
say.
off, and then you got to take the magnetic shield or the RF shielding off the top of the drive, and then you
Asparagus.
I'm taking out
and then
Alan's
wait,
icon.
and then wait till you get to the head assembly.
Asparagus.
Oh boy.
What about Alan's icon? You take off the gloves, you take off the shoes.
All right. Well, I am going to attempt to show some footage from the Thursday night gameplay because Sloopy's not here right now.
Mean slideshow?
This might just be a slideshow.
Yeah.
I can find where I have it.
Everyone move like this and that's with
There. Here's my attempt at showing some footage. So we actually had up to 7 players at once last week. Or on Thursday.
Yeah, we're getting about a frame a second, maybe 2.
Oh, that's
Excellent.
totally photoshopped.
For poker, that's
Yep.
perfectly fine, actually. So
Anyway, so yeah, we had a good time in there playing, at least while I was there, because my internet died halfway through and I don't know how it ended. So
did we notice? No, I'm just kidding. We did.
Really, you didn't notice I was gone?
Yeah, he kept losing syllables till it was down to 1 syllable a minute, and
Yeah, it was
then
it was
you
really
vanished.
bad. You could tell you were going to drop off.
Yeah, we were in a huge thunderstorm on Thursday night here and all around me. So I had horrible internet. Anyway, I think we had fun playing these games. And so that's the Thursday night live game playing in the Discord channel. So anybody that wants to join us Thursday nights to play the game of the week live or any other CoCo game you feel like playing, because we won't make fun of you too much if you play something that's not the Game On Challenge game.
New toy.
Yeah. By the way, you see
Yeah.
Scott Cooper's comment on the screen here from your live stream. Kicks just makes me mad playing it. The thing can be all the way across the screen, just shoot over to you and snag you.
Hey, I
Just
didn't
like
say it was a
the
perfect
arcade.
game.
No, it's got a couple little bugs, but I mean, it's actually pretty representative of the arcade game, other than the little bugs. It's pretty decent otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to get an interview with the author too on our show, because he also did Module Man and he did Devious as well.
Oh, good. So you'll have to let me know if that we land that, then I can pick another one of his games for the Game On Challenge.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Did we do Module Man already? I know the CoCo Show did, but I can't remember if we did.
I don't
I don't
think
we did.
so.
Yeah, I don't remember Module Man on here.
I'd
Which
have
also
to see
supports
it.
the speech sound pack in case somebody wants to.
I'd have to actually see it to remember. There's been so many games.
Yeah, it's getting
Half
hard
the
to keep
times
track
I
of.
don't know if they're just games that I played in the past or games we've done on the live challenge.
I know the 4 games I put up on my website yesterday. I know one you will not be picking, Wet T-shirt contest.
Aw.
And Curtis's internet goes down as everybody runs over to see.
Yeah. I shouldn't be hosting it on my own machine here, should I?
All right. So, as I said, join us for the live game on Thursday nights.
8 p.m. Eastern,
okay.
I believe.
Yeah, sure. 7 o'clock my time, where I am right now, which is wherever I am.
Awesome. 7
Man,
o'clock
you-
Earth time.
Are you ever tuckered out from Boat Fest if you don't even know where you are?
I know where I am. I have no idea what time zone I'm in, though. I've been in so many time zones in the last couple of weeks.
It's summer vacation. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. The sun is still up when the game starts, and
Yeah.
it's usually just going down when it ends. So, anyways, so shall we see what we are playing next week aside from the Jacks for Better Poker again?
Sure.
See if anybody can get this one. Now, this is one that I chose. I really don't know how to play it, but seemed like it was kind of fun when I
Oh, this is where you have to get the jars of syrup. It's a T&D or a Chromoset game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Nope, that's a
Something
different
Mutant
one.
Waffles, isn't it?
Nope, that's a
Oh,
different
no,
game.
wait, sorry. No, this is a different one.
Yep.
Those had little hatch marks.
This one's a big maze. You're collecting stuff.
Something The Lair or something like that?
That is the game, The Lair.
Thank you.
So that is this game.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. The second one I was thinking of.
So you're wandering around collecting treasure, and I did discover when I was playtesting it that you got a little timer every time you get a treasure that counts down really quickly. While that timer is counting down, you can just walk into the bad guys and kill them. If the timer's at 0, they kill you. So that's my
Good to know.
hint
like
of playing the
robots.
game, because I don't think there's any instructions anywhere for this game.
Well, the little guys on the screen look like robots. So, what do we?
I think they are robots.
Yeah.
If you're on
Spoiled guy.
if you're on pain meds, it looks like it says The Liar.
And it's for CoCo 1, 2, or 3, 16K extended basic. I think is this a basic game?
No, it's ML from what I remember.
It's ML. Oh, right, it is. I was looking at a different basic game. That's what it was. So
Cool.
yeah. I know there's a small write-up on it on Curtis's website, and I don't think you really knew how to play it either, according to your write-up.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago. I did that one, so I don't know if I tried pursuing it too much or just got a couple screenshots up just to have it represented.
There we go. And you also have the download for it.
Oh, I do? Okay.
Yeah, a bin file.
If
so
I have
on
to
your-
download on my site directly, that means I got permission from the author to do so. So I must have been in contact with him at some point.
Okay, it's a color computer 1, 2, or 3, 32K cassette or disc joystick. The Lair is a maze-based arcade game. Navigating through a large maze, you must gather up certain shapes while dodging monsters. I don't know too much about the game beyond that point, such as what your ultimate mission is. That's your write-up, Curtis.
Okay. I was
That's
clueless
by
at the time, is what you're telling me.
Tom Stephenson and James Walton.
I'm sure one of us will figure it out.
Yeah.
Probably Scott or Buck.
Tasman will have beat the game by tomorrow.
Or
Buck. One of the two. Yeah. Actually, who's winning the high score sweepstakes these days between the two of them? Because it's pretty competitive.
Lately, it's been Tasman.
Lately, it has been Tasman.
We need to make some new theme thing.
Well,
then.
Buck has been busy with deep diving into some of the games. So
Yeah,
not
he's been, like,
assembling
deep-
it, but like rebuilding it, and yeah, just all kinds of crazy stuff. So
Finding anything interesting in the code.
yeah.
All right, well, that's it for the Game On Challenge then. So how about a commercial break?
Commercial
and
break,
then
and
the
we'll hit the news. Sounds good to me.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCo Nation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCo Nation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Morentes, and I have been developing games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the CoCo family of computers.
Hi, I'm L. Curtis Boyle.
I'm Ken Waters of Canadian Retro Things.
And you're watching the CoCo Nation Show.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins. No matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCo Nation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
So now, Rick Euland, I want to get your helmet because then I could have protected myself from that hair fire there. He's going to model it for us briefly here before we get into the news. That's how I should have been soldering gold, darn it.
Now, can we add the helmet to the news intro?
And because one of the gals is trapped in Polybius, I'm also wearing my Taylor and Amy emotional support button. Hope we can bring it back.
All right.
Yep, I got my sticker. I'm ready to go.
I'm gonna make one of those with a butane soldering iron.
I'm gonna melt me some copper pipe. Okay, so I'm going to do some brief game. There's not too much on the game side of the news here. I did want to ask Alan Murphy. I know you got some progress on Nostromo. Did you want to kind of show a screenshot or something like that after I get the other couple game things done?
No, because it still looks exactly like the last one I showed. The only difference is how the guy moves, and he can go into the little bays and pick up the actual treasures that are there. But I haven't added added it to the scoring and all that to the show.
Oh, okay.
The next chunk of code is actually moving the alien and the alien catching and eating you part. So that's the part I've been trying to get to that I'm excited for.
Okay, because I know you'd put some screenshots. I thought you had some stuff that was new on there. So.
That's the same one.
Okay. Never mind then. Okay, so game on news. The first one, obviously, we covered the MC10 version of Video Poker a few weeks ago and it got released, and then the CoCo 1 and 2 version came out just last week while Ken and I were gone, so you guys covered that. And as of yesterday, the CoCo 3 version is out, so you can get it on Paul's itch.io site, which we've got in the show notes. You can download off the Discord server. Here's some screenshots with the expanded color palette. Looks really nice. It looks awesome on an RGB monitor or any of the modern SCART type things, etc. CoCo VGA, etc. Or I guess give me X VGA output, for example, for those lucky enough to have one yet. And we can go grab that. And the last part here is Jim Gary actually did 3 different game ports. They're all based on the same original concept. So there's a game in the arcades, a black and white one by Atari in 1977 that was called Bomber, I believe it was. And there was versions of it for everything out under the sun. It was popular in the VIC-20, the C64, etc. It was one you could actually implement basic on most of these platforms. He's got a couple versions of that here, based on the Canyon Bombers thing. So the first one here is called Monster Zap. This was originally by Fred Harris in 1984 from the book Me and My Micro, Program Translations. And it had been ported to the CoCo before, and the Dragon by Mike Moore. And this is a port from there to the MC10. So I'll just play a little clip so you can kind of see what that looks like. So obviously it's in basic, and this is the non-compiled one. A little bit of inverse video on the intro screen. And it's all text-based except for the orange bar on the bottom. So you're the little asterisk flying around and you're dropping the bombs and taking out columns of things. Now, I went back to take a look at the original Atari one because I kind of very faintly remember the arcade one. And the one thing different between the arcade one and most of the basic ports I've seen is that all the basic ports seem to do the same as what you're seeing right now, which fires straight down when you drop the bomb. On the original arcade one, it actually traveled diagonally. Like it would kind of fall and it'd speed up as it fell further down. So there's more physics to it. And it also would take out not all the way to the bottom. It would take out like a chunk, depending on the angle you hit, like maybe 4 or 5 layers deep. So the gameplay is a little bit different, but basically all the basic ones on all the other machines basically, did the straight down firing like you're seeing here. So that's one version. The next one is called Blitz, and this is by Pierre Monsat in 1984 as well, but this was originally done for the Alice. So it's his version of the same game, but made for the Alice originally. This one actually uses some semi-graphics and actually draws what looks like a plane. But same thing, you're scrolling across the top and you're shooting down and taking out columns of things and trying to finish them all off. And the third and last one here, called Canyon Bombers, was actually named after the original arcade game. And I think Jim did this one himself, as far as I know. This is not a port from something else. And written for the MC10 as well, as you can tell by the print at with a blue line of semi-graphics text in it. This one has multiple skill levels. And this one has a number of shots as well. So this one's a bit more... Or no, it's the arcade I'm thinking of. But anyway, he's got kind of a mix of text and graphics here. So he's got your little black plane, blue sky, yellow skyscrapers, but he's dropping asterisks to do the bombing. So he's kind of mixing the two modes together. So if you're into the Canyon Bomber style game, there's at least 3 of them for the MC10 that Jim has either ported or written himself. So, or the Alice, the original Alice 4K. So that's all I had for Game On News, unless I missed something other than I know Alan had done a bit of an update on his game that we mentioned earlier before there, but not enough to show anything yet. So hopefully we'll have an update from him on the actual screen a little bit later
Some
maybe
year.
this month. You think it'll be that long?
Who knows, man? I stopped predicting life.
Okay, so now we're on to the main part of the news. Let me switch over. Okay, first up, this is Tier City Retro Programming, who's been working on his Ultima type game. He's been working on Tales Suburbia. This is one of his more experimental things. And using a combination of get puts and p copies, he actually gets kind of a smooth scroll in BASIC with no machine language subroutines. Now, it's not the fastest thing in the world, but it's faster than I was expecting to see it, honestly. So I will fast forward. You can actually take a look through his code later on if you want to, which you listen to the screen, but it's kind of an interesting effect here.
Here, and then I want it to reverse, and the guy's going to turn around and start walking the other way. But the background does not get erased, and we're going to start.
So the p-copy routine is something he's been using in his other ones here, because you can draw basically off view, and then you can p-copy it back on, so that you can actually see the result after drawing the background and the characters over top. Now, there's the option of using the even byte get puts, which will actually be a fair bit faster, probably 3 to 4 times faster than this, but you have to do it on even byte boundaries, which in this mode means every 4 pixels, not every single pixel. So it'd be a faster, jumpier scroll, but you can get a fairly decent speed. So that's actually a pretty interesting technique to do that. When I did stuff like this for like my Olympic triathlon game, I actually wrote a little ML routine to do the scrolling itself. But that doesn't have a background to preserve because it's basically scrolling ground and your player is above that, so never touch each other, and I never have to worry about drawing. But this way you actually can have a background going by. So that was a pretty interesting technique. I honestly wouldn't have thought it would have been this fast, to be honest. So I was a bit impressed by this. So hopefully he'll take that a little bit further. And if he tries the even byte one, I'd love to see this, whether it speeds up drastically or not, like I'm expecting it to. Next up, Ron Klein has an update for the CoCo Pi project. There's a new work in progress for XWAR. This is now version 1.4.5.4.2 that you can download for the CoCo Pi. Karen has done some updates. Now, the last time I checked, which is right after I read this, I don't think it was actually up on Karen's site yet, this newest version. So that was a bit of a surprise to me, or maybe I just misread the version number or something. But this has the ability to change the picture area, seeing more or less border. And that's one problem I've noticed on some other the CoCo emulators. If you, for example, pick in the 225 line, CoCo 3 graphics mode, that basically there's no border at all if you're in the 640 by 225. Basically, it would shrunk it right away. Now, in a real CoCo, you will see top, bottom, left, right. You will see the border color, which if you're, say, playing a Star Trek game and it flashes red for red alert or green for green. I quite missed having the border color, so I'm glad he's added that in, and you can actually resize it. So if you want to just see more of the text and not so much the border, you can do that, or you can have the border in there. New option, dash VO picture. I'm not sure what that does. He respects the dash geometry dimensions and SDL-based UIs. You're going way over my head with stuff now. Optional 60 hertz vertical scaling, and no scaling for 60 hertz as well. Faster ROM intercept-based printing on the CoCo and the MC10. The Gimme now respects the X offset and HV enable in CoCo mode. And MPI slot config moved from global to per cart included in -config.print. So I know Karen was in the chat earlier. If he can give a better explanation for some of that than I can, because I haven't tried any of this stuff yet. Oh, I guess Jim Gary did say that was his game. So then he wrote there. So that verifies it. Thanks. So anyway, if you have a CoCo Pi, you can go get that latest version. And I'm assuming it's probably up on Karen's site by now. I just haven't checked before the show here. CoCo Town, who was our guest about a month ago now, I think almost, has 3 new videos up this week. The first one, which we're showing here, is another displays prize. If you remember previously, there was a issue where if you're doing, trying to do an ASCII string and you're trying to store it on the screen for the VDG, you have to remap some of the characters because they don't follow the ASCII standard. The VDG has some different ones. So this particular one here, he's actually got some other stuff that the VDG chip does a little bit differently. So I'll play the little intro here just because it's amusing with his puppet. But I'll let you guys watch the 15-minute video explaining everything else there on your own.
Hello and welcome. If you recall from the last video, I got a little agitated because when I was trying to store direct ASCII bytes into the screen buffer, I was getting a little bit surprised by the VDG and what it was doing. And so I had to take time out and just explain what was happening before I could actually show the video I really wanted to show. And I said, okay, now that that's done, I will be able to show the video I wanted to show next time. Well, it's next time, and I got agitated again. I fell for it again. So I wanted to show you what was going on. So I'm like trying to make this app where I'm going to have some labels on the screen, and I'm going to have some text on the screen. And I did what I thought would make sense. Well, let's...
Anyway, you can feel the frustration building there. And yeah, I've hit that thing too. Like if you take a look at the drivers, both in BASIC and in OS 9, like there's a whole bunch of, if it's this character you're trying to write, I have to translate it to this for the VDG. There's a whole bunch of that. So you can catch that. So if you're programming stuff for the CoCo 1 and 2, the VDG, or even the CoCo 3 for the VDG, and you're trying to do text and you want just like an FCC of, a text string to print, be aware of this stuff because you'll have to translate some of it. His second video here is on generating random numbers using the basic ROM routine. So I won't play any of this one because it's a 30-minute video going into intricacies of the ROM and how to generate these. Because basically Microsoft Basic here always uses floating point numbers. And if you want just like an integer or a byte-based random value, you have all these translations and stuff you got to do. And there's some speed ups you can do because it's pretty slow using floating point for everything. So he goes through a bunch of that. So anyway, kind of teaches you how to call the random function using the floating point accumulators and stuff. And then his last one here covers several topics. So he covers doing structs in assembly code, which is basically setting up many table entries, et cetera, with more than one entry per, and how to reference them using pointers, et cetera. Modifying live code in the debugger, where you're actually modifying registers in an emulator like, say, MAME, with the debugger turned on, where you can actually, pause the program at a certain spot and then change the value, let's say, in the D registers. You can see how your program is going to react if it hit a certain case, rather than having to wait for code to actually, get to that point manually. Say in a long loop or a random function like that, you want to see what is it going to do if it's a 42, and you have to wait for it to happen, or you can just cheat and just force it. So that's actually, I've used that exact same technique myself actually for debugging stuff in my assembly journey in MAME with the debugger. So I won't play that because that's a pretty heady topic. You want to actually kind of watch the video and get the full thing. So anyway, really some really good deep dives here into a couple of things, VDG, random number calling, modifying live code and debugger, how to do structs in assembly. So he's been doing a really good series. So those of you that are starting to learn assembly language yourself or want to learn it, this is actually his series of stuff that he's been doing the last month is probably a pretty good starting point. I mean, it assumes that you know some bits of 69 assembly already, but you're kind of learning the CoCo specific points of it. Then this is a pretty good series to check out. Next up, VCF. So there's a whole bunch of videos that have been posted over the last week. This first one I'm showing here was actually the main streamer panel. And you'll recognize a few people there on the far left, for example. There's Taylor and Amy. And then they've got Mark. What was the French guy, Mark, that one of you was mentioning on the pre-show about or actually during the show, talking about that one other machine that we were showing from VCF that did a deep dive. But he did an actual presentation on the Apollo computers and how they worked. And there's Jerry Ellsworth, of course, and there's some others I just don't remember off the top of my head, the 8-bit guys on the far right. But a big thank you to Taylor and Amy, because they really gave us a nice shout out for especially a panel that's basically about all retro computing combined. So I thought I'd play a little bit of that because they're kind of going through and talking about.
You meant Curious Mark in the middle.
Yeah, that's who I meant. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because he did the Apollo
next to Jerry. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought I'd play a little bit of the shout out here because it was really cool to hear that. I was kind of surprised.
I mean, less mansplaining than we thought we might get.
I should mention the question that they're asking the panelists now, specifically the women panelists, is what kind of problems or reactions have you had being a woman in tech on a podcast? Because there's a lot of misogyny here. I know we've all seen that, somewhat ourselves too. And one thing our show tries to be is all inclusive. Like, we don't care. We don't care your sexual orientation, what your sex is, how old you are. It doesn't matter. The only thing I think we really critique is, if you're writing Neutroid for the third frickin' time already, then then I have a bit of a bias. But
jealousy.
Anyway, I thought I'd play theirs because they would kind of gone down the panel of what the reactions have been.
When we first got into this, one of the first things we did, shout out to CoCo Nation, because before we had 200 people that cared that we were on the internet. They found us somehow and asked us to be on the show back when it was CoCo Talk. And we talked long and hard about did we want to do it, because they do a little, Zoomy panel or whatever, and it is white man, white man, white man, and we didn't know how we would be treated. And fortunately, they were absolutely the most kind. I mean, we've in general found the retro community to be the most kind and generous and welcoming. So we've been very lucky, but we had long conversations about, do we even want to do this and how is this going to go for us? So you really have to think about things more than you might otherwise if you weren't a minority in the space.
And they had pretty varied reactions. Some other people had mentioned that, the community was generally pretty good. And some others had mentioned that, no, actually, they had a fair bit of a problem with it, which is sad. I mean, retro is a fairly small niche thing compared to general computing anyway. So why introduce all that crap to it? I don't understand. But I'm glad that we got singled out as being a very friendly community that doesn't, have that very much at all. So.
We've got David
Absolutely.
Ladd. It's
But yes.
there.
Sorry,
you
was
go.
that Nick?
No, don't worry about it.
Anyway, it's a fascinating. They go through a whole bunch of topics in here. They actually asked some questions about, what their favorite stuff was. I will mention too, and I probably could jump ahead to show it, but Chronological Gaming was in the audience, and when they at the end of the panel presentation there, they actually have a question and answer session so people could walk up to the mic, and he actually was the last question, I think, or the second last, one of the two. And he mentioned what his channel is doing, and when he said, he's trying to cover every single game ever made chronological order, they all kind of went, whoa, because that's a hell of a thing to take on. But his question was, what was your favorite, the first video game of any sort, home, computer, console, arcade? And then all the panelists would answer what their first game was. So I won't spoil that, but I would definitely check out the end of the video for that too, because it's another guy we've had on our show that I've developed a bit of a relationship with. I've actually guested on his show now. He's taking a bit of a break for summer too, by the way. He's got a newborn, so he needs to spend some time with family. And he lives in Texas, so it's stinking hot. So I wouldn't want to be sitting there cooped up trying to do a podcast every day for 5 days a week. So taking a bit of a summer break. But anyway, yeah, he asked that question on the panel and got answers from all of them. And there's a couple pretty interesting people on there, like I mentioned before. So definitely this was a well worth one. It's a 2-hour long one. It's one of the longest videos from VCF Midwest from such a large panel, but very interesting. They covered a lot of really good, serious topics, had a good bit of joking around. And, out of the panel you see there, we've already had several of them on our show. The 8-Bit Guy's been on our show. Taylor and I have been on our show. Chronological Game in the audience has been on our show. So we're kind of reaching out to people, I think, a bit here. And the more they mention us at these big things, and hopefully we'll get some more people watching our show too. Until they figure out how long I prattle on, then they'll never want to watch it again. But
yeah, you say that like it's a good thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And Amy sounds a bit hoarse. I wonder if
she got laryngitis. They both were sick actually during this trip. And she had a bit of laryngitis at CoCo Fest too, didn't she? If I remember.
I don't remember. I remember at VCF Midwest.
Or maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Last year she was starting to sound kind of hoarse, but they had been doing a lot of singing with different internet streamers.
Yeah. Which might explain it. That's why I don't sing. I mean, I don't sound good irregardless, but the next one up here, this is Boise Pete. So he did the colorful history of the CoCo. As I mentioned, the pre-show, it's if you listen to the very beginning, it sounds like the notes that he was supposed to be reading from disappeared and he couldn't actually read off them. So he was kind of winging stuff by memory, going through a slideshow. And he had a couple minor mistakes in there, which I'm sure is just because the notes and you're kind of under pressure. I would do the same mistakes, I'm sure, but basically it's 99.9% accurate. And a lot of cool stuff. Some of the stuff that's covered in the book, some stuff that's been discovered a little bit since then, covers the history of the CoCo from the Project Green Thumb stuff we were talking about earlier, right up through, the decision by Tandy to shut down the CoCo. And getting into stuff that microware in OS9, he goes a bit of history of that as well, because they of course became involved not just for OS9 but also for doing the ROMs for the CoCo 3. So definitely go watch this one. It was very, very well done presentation, and yeah, just go watch it. That's basically all I gotta say. The Ultimate Tandy panel. So this is the one that Jerry Prickett was supposed to be at, who was the father of some of the CoCo stuff at Tandy. And unfortunately, he had emergency surgery, wasn't able to make it, which they talk about at the beginning. But you still get a bunch of people in here that are really interesting. I will play just a little bit of the beginning so you can get a kind of a bit of a feel for the presentation. But it goes through some old CoCo history as well, plus general Tandy stuff, like selling out to AST, their entire manufacturing division, etc. So they did the ANA, I think was the name of the company that dealt with a lot of the Japanese chip manufacturers and how they incorporated that. That was an advantage to Tandy in the 80s because they could take the best of US technology and the best of Japanese technology, and they already had all the infrastructure in place to be able to do this fairly easily, whereas a lot of the other companies at the time did not. So I'll just play a little bit of the intro here. There's that little thing Ron was talking about.
Thank you for coming to the Ultimate Tandy panel. Some of you may wonder what happened to John Prickett, who was the Color Computer 2 and 3 architect. He had to have emergency surgery, and so he wasn't able to attend. He's fine, but he was not cleared by his doctor to travel. The only thing he said was, "There's no secret registers, stop asking."
That hasn't been proven yet.
Well, you notice what he said at the end there. He said that's mostly true.
Denial.
Anyway, definitely an interesting panel. It's one of the longer ones too. It's almost an hour and a half. They also took a couple questions at the end too, if I remember correctly. But a lot of interesting stuff. There's some things there I'd never heard of before, which is really cool. Like talking about the network controllers, like Network Controller 2 and 3. Ken and I saw the Network Controller 2, I think it was, at the Vintage Geek Museum, though it wasn't working properly at the time. But that's one where you can basically take one CoCo with a disk drive, hook it up, and then 15 other CoCos with cassettes, hook up by serial cables. You can deload stuff, off the one central machine, and basically load everything from there without needing disk drives, cassette drives on every single one of these other, 15 CoCos, up to 15 CoCos. So the guy in the middle there that you're seeing is actually one of the guys that worked on it and actually helped create those. And they talked about creating hard drives, the Project Green Thumb stuff, with a bit of the history of that. The Tandy 2000 and how much advanced it was compared to other Tandy or PC MS-DOS style machines, but not compatible enough, and that was kind of its downfall. So you're getting a lot of really cool information here, and some of it's not very common knowledge. So I would definitely check this one out. And the other one that was kind of CoCo related from there was the Turbo 9, which of course is the project that Boise has been kind of a mentor on, which is basically taking the 6809 instruction set and then making a newer version of it, basically with a bunch of added instructions for hardware division and larger multiplication, et cetera, but keeping the method that the 6809 used for doing all the address modes and pre-bytes and stuff, so you can make a very compact instruction set, so it doesn't take a lot of room. Because as they point out, this is designed for people that don't want to make something with a bazillion gates and a custom huge FPGA. When you don't really need it for certain projects, you can do something much simpler but still very powerful. Now, this is something that theoretically could be put into an actual CoCo because it does emulate the 6809 instruction set, just adds a lot to it, kind of like 639 does. And it's capable of running at much faster speeds. It has prefetch caching and all kinds of stuff on it. Not all software would run properly with this though, because obviously stuff that has like timing loops and stuff will be completely broke. But if you wrote code or say did OS9 drivers, something like that, specifically with this chip in mind, you can get some pretty big speed increases even without the clocking it beyond the 2 megahertz range, which I think this chip is capable like 20 or 30 megahertz with all the pipeline stuff added on for even more speed increases. And they have some comparisons with other FPGA-based solutions, as well as the original 689 for benchmarking and stuff. And Boise's been one of their main guides on the benchmarking stuff and making testing suites to make sure all the instructions are actually functioning correctly. So that's a really good one. There's not too much update on this one compared to the last presentation they put out. They're getting close to the end of it now. They're kind of like 99% done, all the testing, etc. Next up here, this is a bit of sad news. And there was sad news in the general tier city. There was somebody else that had passed away recently too that was mentioned in the Tandy Discord. And unfortunately, I didn't copy the one over. I was going to and I forgot, so my apologies. But basically, this is Robert Doggett, who, if you're familiar with OS9, if you remember the old Control-A trick on OS9 level 1, which would give you 3 of the programmers that worked on OS9, it would basically have a keyboard buffer thing where normally Control-A would repeat your last command. If you hadn't done a command yet, it would actually put out a little blurb that mentioned K. Kaplan, R. Doggett, and I can't remember the other guy's name. I think it was Kaplan. But basically, some of the guys that programmed it. So Robert Doggett announced on the MicroOS9 group on Facebook, and I'll just read it verbatim here. I'm very sad and sorry to report that Larry Crane has passed away. For any who may not already know, it is his clever brilliance which created OS9 in the first place. Larry will be deeply missed by me, and I'm sure by many others. His longtime partner shared the unfortunate news today on Facebook. So sad news to hear. I've never met the guy, which is too bad, but that's just sad that one of the creators of OS9 passed away.
Yeah, and at the same time, Don Lancaster from a lot of 1970s electronics and radio and Apple stuff also passed away recently. Things like the RTL and TTL cookbooks.
Okay.
TT typewriter, television typewriter.
Yeah.
Yep, television typewriter.
The TV typewriter and the cookbook for that. So he's now a silent key as well.
Forrest,
yeah, I
James
guess
III.
we're getting to that age now, like the pioneers of the microcomputer industry in the 70s. You know, they would have been 20 to 40 years old at that time. And that's coming up in 50 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, 40, 45. Well, 45 for the Trinity ones. And the development of that would have started earlier. So yeah, we're getting to the point we're going to start losing them rapid fire.
Forrest Mims III had a comment on Facebook about Don Lancaster saying that his columns, like the television typewriter and stuff, really encouraged him and Ed Roberts of MITS to kind of do what they did. So it was kind of their inspiration, so to speak.
Exactly.
So,
All of us. I started making transistor oscillators because I wanted to make the stuff that Don Lancaster was making, and that was the best I could do.
Yeah. Well, Peter Satinsky, one of the main guys from Tandy Assembly, his post inside the Tandy Discord was, "We've lost Don Lancaster," as you mentioned. He was a key inspiration to Steve Leninger's design of the TRS-80. So, I mean, none of this TRS-80 stuff would have started without him. I mean, the CoCo, the Model 1, 2, 3, 4, 4P, everything like that. That was the inspiration for it. So
OS9 and electronics and CoCo stuff. Very sad to hear.
Yeah. Okay, another one. Boise showed some scans of the CoCo column. Now, for those of you that read the Computer Shopper back in the 80s, there was actually a column for the CoCo, which lasted right through into the CoCo 3 era. That was Michael. I'll see if I can zoom this up here. I won't read the whole thing because it's several pages, but he covers just third-party Tandy stuff, etc. This is not too long after CoCo 3 came out. This particular one by Mike Wefkowski. And if you remember the pictures that Brendan had of his booth, there was actually this issue of Computer Shopper was actually laying on the table beside one of the, I think the TDP. So you actually could have looked through this at his booth. And he's going through here stuff like he just got his copy of Coronis Rift type thing. I'll kind of give you the idea of the time frame we're looking at here. Cave Walker, etc. I think it goes into some hardware like ADOS 3, etc. Now, one thing sadly here is that Mike Wefkowski himself, the columnist that wrote this, he passed away in April. I missed that completely when it actually happened, but there's another one, type of thing. So, but yeah, the CoCo column was one I didn't get Computer Shopper regularly because I wasn't buying that much stuff that I didn't require a subscription. And most of this magazine, which was honking big, is like 500-600 pages per issue, is mostly ads. But it was ads for everything. It was ads for PCs, Macs, and then the more obscure machines like the CoCo and some of the Atari 8 and 16 bits, etc. The ST and the Amiga. Like it covered everything. It was one magazine that was kind of a marketplace to find stuff, basically.
And here in the States, it was like $4 off the rack. It was cheaper than any single magazine.
Yeah, well, mainly because it was,
And it was 22
magazines get paid
pounds.
by advertising. This is nothing but ads almost.
Yeah,
So
it was 22 pounds of ads, but there was some good stuff in there.
Yep, they had some good columns and did editorials and stuff there too. So it was interesting to read. And I did buy it every once in a while. Like I'm looking for a hard drive, an MFM hard drive now. I want to upgrade my 65 meg. I'd buy a Computer Shopper because you could find dirt cheap prices if you hunted through it. So thanks to Boise for pointing that one out. Next up, Richard Kelly has released Maze Creator version 0.10n. Now, I can't remember, Mark Overholzer, did you cover his previous update to this last week? Because he's done a couple in the last few weeks.
Sorry, I don't recall covering the earlier stuff on this. So
okay, because basically he created this maze creator for generating a maze, and then the last update I think was last week while I was gone. He did a large improvement in the speed, like multiple times faster, and this is now a newer beta that's even a little bit faster yet again.
Yeah, I think
a bit
I
larger in
covered the
size.
proof one, not this one though. No.
Okay. So now he's asking people to give it a shot, and give him some bug reports. So he's been trying to speed up. And you can incorporate this in your own programs. It's in basics. So you want to generate a random maze fairly quickly, you can use this. A free download on Facebook. I'm assuming at some point when he gets it completed, he'll be putting up in the Color Computer Archive as well. Next up, there was a challenge from a guy named Emerson Costa in the 6847 group, which of course is the VDG chip and the MC10 and the CoCo, asking about using riding the beam type techniques like the Atari 2600 had, where you're programming stuff on the fly for a single scan line at a time to produce some meaningful, cool effects visually with using the SG6 mode. So Simon Jonason, of course, tackled that right away. And he's got a little demo here, which I will try to play and see if I can zoom it up a little bit. But you'll see SG6 gives you a 2x3 matrix for your colors, but only gives you, I think, 4 colors. But he actually does some switching here so we can actually make it look like it's doing a lot more. So you can see he's doing smooth scrolling with text and graphics up in the corner here. And then, put some background there. So that looks really cool. And he mentions here, normally SG6 will only show the last 128 blocks. The first 128 are like vertical lines because EXT is enabled. And basically what that means is that there was a pin on the VDG that would let you use an external ROM. That's how the lowercase kits worked. You could, buy one of these little ROMs and you could have like true lowercase or an alternate character set, kind of like what the CoCo VGA does now. But the original VDG was capable of doing that too with this external line. Now on the MC10, that X is enabled. So basically it's just drawing vertical stripes of various patterns because it basically takes the, whatever garbage is floating around on there and just repeats it, which is why you see those little green bars on there. So he's actually bashing the screen address on a scanline basis to provide characters for the first 128. So you can kind of do mixing and matching. Horizontal, as he mentions here, is maxed out. You only have 57 cycles per scan line, which is something Nick is definitely familiar with, not on the graphics side, but trying to do sound routines because that's the same technique he's using to do background sound for CoCo 1 and 2 in Dragon games. Now, he actually got some, I think it was Ron. Were you the one who tested it on real hardware?
Yes, I was.
So this is on real MC10, or is this on? No, you use this one, the real CoCo, but using the
real
same.
CoCo, yeah, black one.
And your Darth Vader one, it looks like.
Yep. It works. Wasn't a real good connection for some reason. Channel 3.
Yeah. But yeah, smooth scrolling text with graphics, all going up in a corner while you're keeping static graphics elsewhere. And I know somebody had commented on there saying, well, if you're using that many cycle times, then you probably are eating so much CPU time you can't do a game around it. Like it's basically for a demo. And that's, as Simon points out, that's not true. You only need that precise timing for that little window that has the scrolling. If you have other stuff on the screen that doesn't require that, that can be just done normally with no extra special anything. So basically, you're just timing like a tiny portion of the screen. You have to do this really precise timing. The rest of it, you can just let her go as the rest of the vertical scan goes.
That's funny. Reminds me of old Sinclair games where you didn't have enough RAM, so you drew in the top left corner. But now you don't have enough time, so you draw in the top left corner.
Well, I remember some 4K CoCo games would actually enable like P Mode 3, which is more RAM than you actually have, so it wraps and repeats. But they would actually design a little game of Defender, something in the middle that you could play with all this garbage and watch variables change and graphically. But you got that higher res, sort of. Next up, we have Alan Huffman on Subetha Software and his thing here, and he's actually doing a follow-up for a Jim Gary thing that we'll be covering shortly too. When we get to the MC10 section. And basically, we've covered this before, where there's the thing of generating a fake-looking maze at random that you scroll up the screen. Looks like it's an infinitely, changing maze. And Jim did an even smaller one, so he got it to fit on the MC10. This entire random mazy thing in 32 bytes. It fits on one line on the screen of a 32K or 32 column VDG screen. And he kind of goes through explaining how Jim did it here. And I'll save the video for when I get to Jim's portion, but. Then Alan starts figuring out like Jim got to do a few things the MC10 has a shortcut for. Like you can print these characters, these graphical characters, semi-graphics characters directly by using, special function key on the MC10 to draw the graphics. Whereas on the CoCo, you have to do character string commands and BASIC to do the same thing. So he couldn't quite shrink it enough to match, Jim's really small MC10 version. But he did do some other ways using, slashes and graphics and stuff here. And he kind of optimized as much as he could. And then try to, make it, semi-fast as well. But he had to split in 2 lines to do that. So, but we'll get to that when I get to Jim's stuff. Next up, this is a brand new channel. The first video he did was kind of a 10-minute introduction to the channel, what he's planning on doing. And the channel is called Pixel and Ram. And if you're wondering who that is, I guess you could call the guy Ram, and his cat that makes an appearance on his intro video is Pixel. So I don't know what it is with CoCo people and cats, but there's a lot of it, including myself and Mark, both Marks, etc. So basically what he's doing here, this is a video he actually shot a year ago when he bought a CoCo 2 off eBay. And as you can see, it's been yellowed a bit. But he's planning on doing all kinds of retro stuff. He's planning on not just doing computers too. He's planning on doing, stuff that's even older than that, like electronically related type things. And he's even going to do some stuff that are kind of pet projects of his own, like cash registers. He's also going to be covering stuff like technology used by religion. So he's going to have a pretty wide variety of technical topics on here. So this first video he did, which is based on footage he did a year ago, and he's now since got a better camera and he's kind of getting more familiar things. This is on a CoCo. So he's got a CoCo 2 with a melted keyboard. So I'll just play a little bit of the intro so you can kind of get a feel for it. But he literally only has 1 subscriber because he literally just started this week. Very first video posted. And he picked the CoCo for the first one, which I thought was awesome. So I gave him a couple of reply comments thing, but you guys, if you want to go comment and give him some tips and tricks too, and maybe answer any questions he has, I would definitely recommend it. Want to encourage people that can, promote the CoCo. So.
All right. So here I am working on a Radio Shack Color Computer 2 that I picked up off of eBay about a year ago.
Oh, that thing's got every shade of yellow.
A really good deal.
That's one of the more bizarre ones I've seen. Yeah, the back's nice and white, and everything else is like. It's obviously some stuff was sitting on it.
Tell it is quite yellowed, and I'm going to try and use a little bit of Windex just to see if there's anything I can get off. This case is clearly going to need
fixes everything apparently.
When I took it out of the box.
So anyway, yeah, he kind of goes through and he takes some guesses on some of the hardware stuff that he got, because he also got a disk controller, which he thought was a printer controller. And so I gave him some corrections on it because like they said he never knew anybody that grew up with CoCo. So this is totally new to him. He was more of I think on the Commodore side of things or the Apple side. I can't remember. But I mean, that's a story we've heard quite a bit. I mean, the CoCo did sell several million, but it wasn't, Commodore 64 numbers or anything. So I'm definitely glad he's doing that. I'm hoping he will do some follow-up videos with some of the new stuff he's learned. I'm planning on mentioning stuff like the CoCo SDC and stuff to him if he wants to get into the software side. He does have a real handy floppy controller. So I mean, he could hook up a PC drive, like a double density drive, and run real floppies if that's his inclination. I'm not sure if he's going to be pushing more on the hardware side on the computer stuff. If he's going to be pushing a bit on the software side, because if he's going to do the software side, I would just say get a CoCo SDC and don't worry about the real floppy drives at all. But we'll find out. But anyway, yeah, if you want to give a brand new YouTuber some encouragement for doing more CoCo stuff, please go visit him. Once again, in the show notes, you can get on our Discord. You can get the direct link to his video and then comment from there. Rocky Hill Pedro actually put up a video here that's about 3/4 of an hour long, and it's just taking a T1 later CoCo 2, upgrading it to extended basic, and upgrading the RAM from 16K to 64K. Now, this is the one that had the 3 different options for RAM. You had the satellite board, you had the 8, 1-bit chips, and the 2 4-bit chip sockets. It also has the T1 true lowercase VDG with inverse video and stuff built in. The ROM actually, I think, was the most difficult thing here, and I didn't have one of these. I had friends with these, but they bought them with 64K, so I didn't really know what was involved. But the extended basic, I should say. But the extended basic on this one was basically there's one ROM slot, and it's either you put a 24 pin or a 28. Is that correct? For you hardware guys that know this stuff?
Yeah. Sounds familiar.
Yeah, something like that.
And it's got all these little pre-built in soldered in jumpers, not actual jumpers that you can just
there's
move.
like 5 of them.
So that was a bit of fun watching him get that done. And then burning the EEPROM, which he surprisingly, as he put himself, surprisingly it worked first try. That definitely wouldn't happen if I was doing it.
That was good.
Yeah, well, who was that?
Sounded relaxing.
But that's not a big deal.
So you can see here the ROM socket, because he's taking the ROM out, and it's got this little drawing and then with what direction to put the chip. And you'll notice the little notch is the opposite of every single other chip on the board. So he said to be careful about that. But you got this solder pad here. You got to move between 64K and 128K, and that's K-bit. So basically that's a 8K or 16K ROM of kilobyte. And then all of these you got to move. And they, what was the reason for going with these where you had to desolder and resolder it just to move a jumper? Why not just leave the jumper there? Or is it just a cost thing?
Probably there was no jumper.
Yeah, let's say they are the 2 cents a machine.
Right, if you're pretty sure what you're going to do, then you do this.
That just it seems insane to me.
The thing is, there's going to be the pins, and then there's going to be the jumper that actually goes on them. So, if you're not planning on changing it very often, why spend the extra money?
Well, it would make sense if it was already a 64 extended basic machine.
Yeah.
But on ones that need to be upgraded, there should have been a jumper, because at some point in time it was.
Because now you get to pay for the labor, somebody to resolder these 5 stupid things.
That's what Tandy wants.
I guess, yeah, duh. Yeah, they get the charge for it. What the hell am I thinking?
Yeah, they make money either way.
Never mind, I'm an idiot. I don't understand basic business again.
Yeah,
you're on it.
We had the
Also-
desolder stations in the repair centers.
Yep.
So
Okay.
there wasn't any problem for us to move those.
And you think about it, for the actual Radio Shack store, that means your technician gets to charge for actual work. So that's another benefit for the store. It's like, ooh, extra money.
Yeah. Anyway, pretty cool video going through all what's done there, including burning the EEPROMs themselves, etc. So, yeah, I mean, obviously he's been on our show before. He's a regular in our chat if he's not out at sea somewhere. So definitely worthwhile checking out. This one is an interesting one. I don't know if 8-Bits in the Basement is still here in the chat. He was earlier, but he's actually a guest on the show. So this is Captain Commodore is the name of the YouTube channel. And this is live stream number 3 featuring YouTube retro repairs. So there's people that repair some of the European machines, Commodores, and of course 8-Bits does quite a few different things, including the CoCo. But he actually mentions the CoCo specifically. And then some people on the stream of the other people here, and I'll just mute it so you can kind of see who's on. But he some of the people noticed that he's got Nightmare Highway running in the background on his CoCo. So they ask about that, and he kind of explains the story of how that was based on real events of hitting a couch and stuff. So congrats to Peter being on this. It looked like a pretty fun show. They were having a good time here. And it's a mixture of people from Europe and North America, because Yark, who we covered some of his videos recently too, Todd, he's actually from the States. So, and some of the others here are from Spain and UK and France, and so it's an international panel. and covering, international computers from all over the place. So it was actually
Yeah.
a fun show. I actually watched the whole thing through. It was entertaining. I would highly recommend it, especially you hardware guys who actually understand what the hell these people are talking about, because that wasn't me.
Are you sure that Captain Commodore's not Stevie Strobridge with
I
glasses?
know.
It looks like him.
It's right?
I did think that, actually. When you hear the accent, though, it's obviously a totally different voice. But,
Okay.
but yeah, there's a bit more than a casual resemblance there. And then Peter kind of looks like Hugh Jackman playing Wolverine. So
Right?
It's his other persona.
And the one in the middle looks like Steve Wozniak.
a little bit, not quite as much, but yeah,
Not,
a little
yeah.
bit.
A little
though.
bit, yeah. Yak, whatever his name.
Yeah. Yet another retro channel, if I remember, that's what it stands for. But he's done some CoCo stuff recently too. And he's actually owns multiple CoCos. He was actually mentioning that on the show. Like he said, yeah, I've got like 12 over here or something like that of various types. So yeah, actually it was a really interesting discussion on a whole bunch of topics there. So if you're into all retro computers or just the CoCo, there's enough here for make it worth your while to watch, even if you are just the CoCos. But if you're into general retro like Ken and a bunch of the other people here on the panel are, Mark, etc., there's a ton of stuff in here that's kind of interesting. So definitely go check it out. CoCo Crew released their latest episode, 97. Now, I will mention the notes here. If you can see in the lower left corner, it's pointing to 96. So the show notes are pointing to the previous episode. Now, if you click that, you'll get last month's episode. So all you have to do is just go up into the Euro bar and change that 96 to 97. You'll get the proper show notes. I have not had a chance to listen to it because I saw that it dropped just this morning before I came on the show. So I can't really speak to what's on it yet. I think there was, I'm trying to remember, there was a interview with Jim O'Keefe, whom we've met at CoCo Fest in Chicago quite a few times, and he was involved with the making of Plateau of the Past, the game. So if you've seen that at CoCo Fest, then you'll know who Jim O'Keefe is. But they have an interview with him. That was one thing I did notice in the show notes. And I'll probably cover it in a bit more detail next week after actually I've had a chance to listen to it. But just dropped this like late last night or this morning. Okay, some more Jim Geary stuff. So this is Banner. This is ported from a 1978 original by Leonard Rosendust from David Al's book, Basic Computer Games. And if anybody does not recognize the name, that's the guy who's in charge of creative computing. And basically this is for making banners that you put normally to a printer. You can do it to screen as well, but basically it's to print big honking long banners with huge letters made out of graphic characters or text characters type thing. I think this one does text characters. And I remember, a lot of us did this type of thing. The banners for some of the fests was actually made with these things on line printer paper. It'd be like 40 sheets wide you'd put over top of your table. And here you can see he's actually typed in A, B, C, D is his message. And if you look sideways at the monitor, you can see it just made a big A out of A's. Now it's making a big B out of B's. And away you go making your banner. And he's actually had the source code here, so you don't have to type the darn thing in. You can actually just go download it off of his GitHub. So once again, links in the show notes you can pick up on the Discord. Next one up here. This is the one I was referring to earlier that Alan Huffman was commenting on and making a CoCo version. So this is the one that does that kind of random maze generation that's famous on the Commodore 64 for being a one-liner contest winner. And he got it to fit into 32 characters. So it literally fits one line on the screen. That's the entire program. So I will play a little bit of it here. You can see him actually type it in by hand. Now, he gets this cheat here. We can't do that in the CoCo where you just directly embed characters like that, graphic characters like that. And basically, it's just two characters where it just randomly switches between them and makes it look like a real randomly generated maze.
You can do that. There is a way to do it, but it involves like poking. You have to use a variable pointer to figure out where.
But you can't just directly type it in like he's doing.
Yeah, that's a nice feature of the MC10.
Yeah.
And the characters are even on the keys too.
And to get it to fit in the 32 characters, he's actually using the trick where if you do go to without a line number, it defaults to 0. So as long as your line number is 0, it'll go back there. That's a neat little trick. There he's typing in the description for the audio listeners here. It says, this is a new one-liner 10 print program. I'm not sure why I put 10, but for the, now he's drawing pictures. No, he's not supposed to be drawing pictures. For the Tears at AMC 10. So just using those two characters and a single line of 32 characters to type in, it looks like it's drawing a random maze, kind of similar to what the C64 original did, or the larger version on the CoCo does.
So he's got that one tie-in character that will make all of the other random characters appear sane.
It is only two characters.
Well, but
it's a vertical line or it's a horizontal line on the bottom. Vertical line on the right or horizontal line on the bottom, and just that
you
mix
pick one or the other. Okay.
At random, and it just makes it look like a maze just by fluke. It's not a solvable maze, like there's dead ends and places you can't get into type thing, but
sure looks cool.
An optical illusion.
Yeah. I mean, if you take a look and follow some of these, you can go quite far, but that's random. Sometimes it cuts off right away. So, but it's a neat effect to do in such a small bit of code. That's what impressed me the most.
And it's only going one direction. Like
that doesn't even always work.
Yeah. Anyways, that's pretty cool. Like I said, Alan got it to work in the CoCo, but you can't do it in 32 because we can't do that cheat unless you can like literally go poke, right into the line statement itself. But that is cheating. And then the last one he did here is he actually made an 8-bit version of the UK flag, as he calls it, the old Union Jack, and embedded color statements there too, as we mentioned before. You'd have to make this out of character strings, but looks pretty decent. Next up, this was really cool. So David Lindsley, and this we saw this happening at the time when we were monitoring the Dragon meetup. Remember, we had some live feeds from that back in October, and they actually mentioned us covering it on CoCo Talk, where we watched people scanning, but they weren't talking about what it was yet. Well, it's been revealed now that was the original source code from Microsoft for Extended Color Basic for the Dragon, which is like 95% compatible with what's on the CoCo. This is not the Unraveled series where you had people disassembling it and putting their own comments. This is the original comments from the programmers at Microsoft. And at the time, he didn't want to talk about it because he was trying to get permission from Microsoft to release this. Now, some of you may have seen that the GW Basic source code has been released with Microsoft's blessing. They have gotten permission from this. This is legal. You can actually go to his GitHub, which I'll show over here, and he's got docs for it. He's got a description of the whole project here. It's 340 pages of fanfold tractor feed across 4 bundles. They hand scanned all this in, and then they went and cleaned it all up and fixed the mistakes. Now they're working on making sure it compiles or assembles properly to create the actual code. But you can actually go into the source here and just pull whatever chunk of it you want, like the various little bits here. It's ECB, that's Extended Color Basic. And then you got certain things for certain different parts.
is deload. That's the downloader. And it's got Mark Chamberlain's signature at the top. Well, initials.
This one here, you mean, or which one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this was something like people were trying to figure out how deload worked. And here's the actual original comments from them on what the different codes are for abort control code, acknowledge control code, block request, file request, bad transmission, etc. With complete explanation of like, here's the syntax you're supposed to use. And like I said, this is not interpreted by somebody trying to disassemble the ROMs like we did in Nitrous 9 and Spectral did with the Unraveled series. This is right from the horse's mouth.
And if you compare it with Basic 65, which that code has been out on the web a couple of years now, yes, it matches up. This is as legit as it gets at this point, and it is amazing to see all this. And thank you very much, Dragon guys, for not only saving it but restoring it. Holy moly!
Yeah.
This is what I've been doing most of this week instead of coding on my game. Is
looking at this.
And oh my goodness, because I've been line by line through Basic 65 and the Commodore kernel and building a replacement for the kernel 3 and Basic in that from original source from both companies. And so I've spent a fair bit of time wallowing in Basic 65. And it's always been a lament that, man, I wish I could see the Basic 68 or Basic 69. And I've talked to Microsoft. Other people in the CoCo world have talked to Microsoft. And the consensus has always been, we checked even at the bottom of the desk drawers and in the basement, and we've lost that code. It just doesn't exist anymore. And then to have it walk up on fanfold paper, I mean, you can see file by file what part is the exact same byte by byte in the CoCo and which parts they were working on for the Met Toy 32 and the Met Toy 64. So
yeah,
it wasn't even a dragon at that point, at least on the Microsoft side. They were talking to a company called Metoy. So this is just amazing. And even if you're not an assembly language coder, the point is all in the comments, because we've had the assembly language basically since the CoCo dropped. But what we didn't have was the comments. We've just had little hints like the deload docs that mention Mark Chamberlain and stuff. And now here it all is, just like a grand and glorious roadmap. There is too much.
You might even find bugs in the code based on the comments.
Yeah,
but
or little hidden tricks and stuff that didn't make sense to the disassemblers who did the spectral stuff.
The Bill Gates egg is there.
6309 it.
The idea of getting 4 bundles of fanfold paper that are completely legible after all these years is just astounding to me.
And that repo they put together is, I mean, just from a preservation standpoint, is fantastic, because it's got the scans of the images in it too. So you can go and look at what they were looking at if you think you found a typo. And I found a couple that I need to put into the fixes to submit back. So if you find anything that needs to be fixed up, please comment it up and get it out there, because this is it. This is the source code to our firmware, man.
Yep.
We can fix the unraveled books, which are also awesome. But we now have the unraveled.
The whole list of people that they're thanking, Duncan Smead and all the people from Dragon, but also a few other people too, like Dave Plummer, who's an ex-Microsoft guy. He helped push through getting this released as open source or available source.
Yes, thank you all. This is, I mean,
it's a huge list.
I told my wife this was Christmas in June.
Yeah. Now, one thing I will mention from reading what permission they got the permission to release the source so you can read it. They do not release the permission for you to copy it freely.
Yep.
So if you wanted to say write an emulator with this pre-installed, that is still a restriction that, from a technical legal point, you still have to own the original ROM to legally do. So this is just a release of the source to see how it worked type thing. And it does have the hidden Microsoft message, that they used on Commodore to find out they were stealing the ROMs. Though it's not labeled as such, it's labeled as something else. I can't remember. Do you remember?
It's part of the sine wave data table, and it's a little
2 constants or something like that, wasn't it?
Yep, 2 constants.
Yeah, and they're bogus constants too. If you actually know how Taylor series sine stuff works, you look at the numbers, you go, that doesn't make sense at all. And in the Unraveled book, they're labeled as garbage, just garbage bytes. But the Michael Stiles pagetable.com site has an amazing article on the Bill Gates Easter egg and where it was and how it works and things like that. And that was literally the first thing we started looking for as soon as I saw this. I'm like, okay, where are the bytes? And we're like, you just start digging around, and sure enough, they're there.
And
they couldn't really comment those, because the people that were transcribing Microsoft Basic for the various machines would sometimes let the host company take a look at the source, so Commodore could have seen that if they saw that we put something in there to make sure you didn't change it. Well, of course they would, right?
The way that it's hidden too, there's an extra Z in one command somewhere far, far away that flips a byte that is what enables it. So even if it had been commented, this is the Easter egg, you still wouldn't have known what actually triggered it because of the way Bill Gates hid it. It's a pretty cool story.
Yeah.
So this is Bill Gates had a glass of wine and said, "How can I mess with people? I got it."
Well, the way the story goes is that he had sold the rights to reproduce the BASIC to Tramiel at Commodore. It was his first big sale of this BASIC 65 code. And once he had sent it off, realized that it didn't have anything in it that actually said Microsoft had made it. And so they added that. And then that was, for later versions that went to Commodore, including a patch, it was then included, but it was included in all the others like the Apple Basics and things like the Oryx,
Applesoft,
whatever. It was included for those because he didn't want to make the same mistake twice. But that Commodore was the one that got away until Commodore came back for patches later. And then he kind of just slipped it in.
Well, that's why everything on the Commodore is a poke, because all they owned was Standard Basic. But they owned that forever. So they could sell Standard Basic till today if they still existed.
Well, they did kind of relent when they came back to Microsoft for Basic 7 for the Commodore 128. But anyway, the pagetable.com page is great. Give it a read if you're interested in that. I mean, the Basic 65 is part of the lineage that led to Basic 68 and Basic 69, which became Extended Color Basic and Dragon Basic. So this is all, family dirt, as it were, on the code.
And then GW Basic was the next one after this, and that's where a lot of their play and draw commands came from. The CoCo's Extended Basic. That was the first implementation.
Well, N60 Basic for the NEC Trek or NEC PC 6001 is also this, except the play statement is changed to work differently on that because they actually had an AY chip. We could have ended up with that same play statement in the deluxe.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so much hidden kind of stuff that went on right down in here in the source code and in firmware.
Yeah. Like right now on the stream, I'm showing the ECB GRP source code, and that's the graphics package. So this is all your draw commands and screen modes and P modes and all that kind of stuff. And everything's like fully labeled here. Like, how do you draw a circle? How do you draw a box? How do you determine a bit mask for a color or whatever it happens to be? So yeah, it's fully commented more. It's better commented than the Unraveled one, to be honest, because the Unraveled one basically just, it does every single line. Here they have entry parameters and specifically what every routine's done in fairly explicit English as opposed to, something cryptic. So yeah, it's a fascinating read. I have not had time to go through it as much as Alan has, but I concur totally that it looks like a fascinating trip through history, really. Like here, speed lessens flicker in a mode switch. So they were worried about, flickering on the screen from changing screen color sets too fast. So they actually did some stuff to specifically, change the speed of routine so that would happen less. Like they were actually considering some stuff. Fascinating stuff. Definitely go check it out. Like I said, 95% of it applies to the CoCos as well. The Dragon does have some specific stuff for some specific hardware they have, or the keyboard matrix is different for reading the keyboard, etc. But
and the basics tokenized differently, but yeah, it's all relevant.
Yeah,
Microcolor Basic for the MC10 starts here as well.
Yeah,
it would be from this exact same era. So I'm sure there's probably 95% there, plus the difference in the keyboard characters and a couple of other things. But yeah. Use the source, Luke.
Yep, there's a lot of it, so have at her. And lastly, we've got Julian Brown has got what he thinks is going to be the final revision 2.1 of his Dragon. Is this 32 or 64? Karen's got one and he's got the other one. I think it's the Dragon 32. So anyway, he's been making this duplication of the board like Pedro has on the CoCo stuff, so you can actually make new circuit boards that exactly match. Now, this is the end of his particular run of the 2.x series, which is basically to duplicate the original functionality with a couple minor things like making it easier to add in 64K RAM, for example, like, cutting trace and stuff. So he's kind of future-proofed it a little bit to make it more upgradable. Now he's going to be moving on to, as he calls it, the more radical Rev 3. And that's where he'll be including quite a few extra things in there. And he's actually got some comment. I'm going to find his comment here, but he actually goes into a bit more detail what he's planning on for his Rev 3. Let me just go to all comments. Unfortunately, Facebook does not default just expand these stupid things so I could find it quick. And of course, now that I'm live and causing dead air time, I can't find the darn thing. Huh. Oh, wait, maybe it's in the previous 2 years. Nope. Oh, here, look at this. So he's planning on selling them, but only as bare boards, and just a way basically to recover the cost and avoid people ordering 5 to get 1. I have a new design and development that goes the extra mile: extra RAM, more video options and upgrades, internal expansion port. Still a Dragon, but better. So that's the one he's kind of working as a Rev 3. But this should be the final one to prove that everything is going to function as a Dragon 32. And if you just want a replacement motherboard for your Dragon 32, that would be the one to get. If you want one that's a bit expanded, so it's kind of a Dragon 32 64 hybrid with some extra stuff thrown in, probably wait for the revision 3. And that's it for the news this week.
Wake up, everybody.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. That was everything I had on my list.
Everything I had on my list too, so. I knew it was going to be a pretty long show, even without an interview, because we had 2 shows to cover. BCF Southwest and Boat Fest, so. Depending on what type of things you do with your CoCo, one would be probably a bit more interesting to you than the other, but if you're into gaming, obviously Boat Fest is centered around gaming. If you're into the hardware history, etc., then the VCF Southwest is probably more up your alley, but both shows would be great, so.
Indeed.
Okay.
Lots of cool stuff.
Yep.
Ready for an outro?
You betcha.
Woo!
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server.
CoCo forever.
Well, that was
long.
It was 4 hours.
Barbecue Curtis.
Pretty well standard Joe.
Plus side of 4 hours.
I will mention we still got the 2 interviews booked in August that you guys mentioned last week. I won't repeat them here this time. I'll repeat them next week. But I'm still trying to line up some interviews for July. So there might be some more to sneak in there. So we'll see.
An action-packed summer. Awesome.
Okay.
Anything to keep me indoors and air conditioning so I don't have to sit out that blistering
Which is what we did with our CoCos then, too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's pasty white boys.
Well, except for when you're crawling up people's roofs.
Yeah.
And breaking out windows accidentally when you're sliding down the roof.
Isn't Windows always broken? Oh, different Windows, sorry.
Ow. Jeez.
Mark, stop playing with the kitty. You know what happens when you play with the kitty.
Stop being a food source for the kitties, what I would say after watching that.
I mean, I'm getting all bit up and chewed up, and I think she's trying to tell me it's dinner time.
Got pounced. Yep. Playing
All right,
rough.
quit walking on the keyboard
the
over
button.
there. All right. Bye, everybody.
See you all next week.
The weekend.